Hello. Just getting the green screen set up, then we will be doing it to it. Please enjoy this very clearly AI generated background from this song that I'm listening to. Enjoy. Oh, my goddamn chair. There's a wheel that won't turn. Fuck, man. Whew. Ay. Gotta make sure that my phone camera's working. Hey Ed Songs, how's it going? Activate. Oh, hi. Hello. Alright, gotta flip it. There we go. How you doing, Ed Songs? How's it going? How's it frickin' going? Oh no. Ow. Yes, you are indeed the first one to show up. Or at least the first one to chat. Okay. Just setting stuff up real quick. No. Damn it. What are we doing? I am setting up this camera so that I can catch the tarot cards on the green screen. That's what we are hoping to do. Jesus, fuck. So I'm trying to get it to point down first. And then we're going to zoom in. Make some adjustments here. Where can I play games? What are you talking about? With me, or what are you talking about? Like, in general? Probably on any of the gaming platforms. Come on. I meant to say, are we going to play games? I will if I can't sustain a viewer base with what I'm doing right now. But that, you know, we just gotta wait. We just gotta see, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to set things up, and it's okay that we don't have anything happening right now. We're just getting ready, you know. Just taking a little bit of a getting ready inventory here. Hey, Helmet, how's it going? I didn't want to flip that. Weird. Hey, Gabe Owners, how's it going? Gabe Owners 67. What's going on? We're just getting things ready. Let's see how this looks real quick. Yeah, that's going to be real confusing. Let me just put it like this. Like I had it before. Sunglasses! And my blowtorch. And my blowtorch. And my blowtorch. It's a good switch, you know, it's a good take. Beautiful. Alright. Now I just gotta make the green screen work. I'm good, Gabe Owners. We're just chugging away here. We're plugging away. We're chugging away. I'm eating a nut bar. And Helmet, I'm sure that's very stressful for you. I'm sorry to hear that you got to deal with stress, but hopefully it'll end up being good in the long run. You know, all worth it and whatever. All right. Open up this window. Let some of that natural light in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me turn down the music just a little bit. We can officially start. All right. Let me just put the face cam should be above everything. Not everything, but most things. There we go. All right. That is done. That is done. I just got to move the camera. That will not show me at all. You got to see me. I'm the reason why I'm here. Didn't make sense. But that's okay. It didn't have to make sense. And shablamo. Hi. Hello, I'm big now. Hello. I'm big. Mr. Big Man. Centered up. All right. Well, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Today's a good day. Today is a day where we get to watch me doing tarot cards. And I don't know if you're familiar with tarot cards, but they look like this. And they have real cool symbols and stuff. So if you like it, woo! Remember a few months back when I asked to tarot cards if it was going to snow in North Georgia this winter? I don't remember what they said, but it ended up snowing. It ended up being wishy-washy. It ended up being inconclusive. We weren't sure. But I'm glad it did. That makes me feel validated. That makes the magic of the cards seem even more real, you know? And that's, you know, that's what we want. We want realism. All right? Realism. So, I mean, I'm in the middle of eating a delicious nut bar. So you're going to have to watch me eat a nut bar real quick. And any of you who are joining on YouTube, on the vertical, you are more than welcome to ask for a reading. It's going to be hard for you to join a voice chat, but totally willing to give anyone and everyone a reading. As time permits, obviously. But, you know, just ask. These readings are all free. I will never ask money for any kind of readings whatsoever because magic doesn't exist. And, you know, I'm trying not to talk while I eat. Very hard to describe what I'm doing if I can't. And yeah, Helmet, we're probably not even going to see snow here. Which I was a little disappointed about. We got that pup that just over a year old. I don't think she's ever seen snow before. But you know, I look at the grand scheme of things and I say to myself, it's no problem. It is pretty hard to talk with nuts in your mouth. Very hard. Doesn't come easy. This is too early in the stream to be talking about this kind of stuff. How dare you, Helmet? Normally you're the voice of reason here. Alright, so while we wait for people to... I'm glad you laughed at that. While we wait for people to ask for readings, or to tell me whether or not they think that tarot is demonic, we're just gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out, and we're gonna, you know, I'll do like a little, I'll do one reading just to kind of set the tone, I guess. But yeah, I mean, other than that, we're pretty much just gonna wait for someone to ask for a reading. Readings are free. Readings are no pressure, no fuss, no muss. I don't charge for... I know I said this already, but I just want to say it officially for the record. I don't charge. Nobody should. Tarot is not... magic doesn't exist. Tarot's not real magic. Yeah. It's, well, I know that's why I talk about nut bars, because I think it's leading. I think it's funny. It almost makes you think, oh, he's talking about testicles, isn't he? Isn't he? He's talking about testicles. In the end, yeah. In the end, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I'm so happy I got this green screen finally freaking set up. I'm hogging the whole screen on the horizontal view. I'm like, this thing is mine now. All right. Push that one up, and I can now point to it. Or it won't do that on this one. But on the vertical, it's up there. But on the horizontal, I can point to it. I got all the room in the world here. I don't know why I'm tickling the moon. Maybe it was asking for it. But that would be victim blaming. And we're not that type of guy here. Just not that type of guy. The chat overlay should be a little bigger. Just putting it out there, you know. Yeah, it's finally a thing, and I feel very good that it is a thing, and I'm very impressed with my work. I've really just poked holes in some green screen material that I found at a thrift store, and that is the bulk of the effort that I put into it. But gosh darn it, you know what? Could have been worse. You know? Could have been worse. I'll say Christians. Christians. Is tarot evil? Christians, would you like to tell me if tarot's evil? Hey, Christians. So, the reason why I'm asking specifically Christians is because we get a lot of Christians in the stream. Not sure why. It's just a thing that happens. Yeah. Don't know from whence. This needs a background. I have a feeling that needs a background. Or wait, it's a color key. Can't I just do... Oh no. Yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes. Okay, it just kind of goes instantly. Didn't really... I guess that's, you know, a spectrum, like a color spectrum thing, probably. It's fine. It's fine, it'll work. It'll work for now. I'll expand the bottom just a bit. Yeah. That works. I went to Goodwill over the weekend. No furniture, no housewares, no shoes, just clothes. They only take and sell clothes now at my Goodwill anyway. Yeah, that must be an East Coast thing. They still sell tchotchkes at my local Goodwills. Many a tchotchke can be had. Well, if you want to get into the ethics of Goodwill, you're going to be pretty disappointed. If you're trying to shop ethically, I wouldn't go shopping at Goodwill anymore. It's pretty bad. It's almost like a cult. But you know, maybe they're different elsewhere. I doubt it. Alright, I gotta look at these hashtags. Bam! I gotta put the hashtags in this video. Don't worry, we're building the suspense for tarot, okay? We're building the suspense. If you are the kind of person that just love when creators bide their time so that they get more engagement and more people show up, then gosh darn it, I am gonna be your favorite YouTuber. All right, we have it. Come on, save the details. Just save the details and we'll be good. Just save them details. Actually, that works. If I put it in front of my face, I guess not in front of my face, but if I put it in front of myself, then you can see the chat easier. That might be the way to go. All right. Did that. And then the last thing I have to do is post on social media. Alright guys, if you're just joining, please stick around. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. I'm about to put up a poll that asks, have you subscribed? And if you haven't, please do so. We're about to do tarot readings. If you would like a tarot reading, I don't do charging. I don't ever make anyone pay any money or donate or anything like that. I think it's really stupid. No one should ever charge for tarot because magic doesn't exist. And if you are of the Christian persuasion, let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you believe that tarot is itself demonic or evil in any way. I'd love to hear your thoughts. But the history of divination goes back quite a ways. Quite a ways. Like a good bid back. All right, to ye olde, I believe Renaissance times. Let me look that up. Tarot history. Now, if you don't know what tarot is, it's simply just you get a box of cards, and they have different little pictures and symbols on them, and you just kind of look at them, and you use your magical spirit juices to then think of things that the cards might be telling you. And generally, they start with a question. It's usually someone who says, like, you know, is my wife going to try and keep all the money after we're divorced? First of all, I'm very sorry that you're getting divorced, but that's just kind of how we start it. and it just kind of goes from there. So if you would like a free, absolutely free reading, because no one should ever charge for magic, let me know, and I'll just give you a free reading. I really just need your name and like a vague question. Like, you don't have to get on voice chat or anything like that. Just your name and just like kind of a question that you have. Just a question about life, love, careers, happiness. The cards can pretty much tell you anything that you need to know, pretty much. I know that I keep saying pretty much. I just want to make sure the phone is still charging. But yeah, don't be scared. It's not magic, I assure you. We are not conjuring demons. We are not worshiping any other gods or anything like that. That's kind of why I want Christians to come in and weigh in on this. Just simply because I don't think there's really evidence that tarot itself is demonic. But I know a lot of Christians will say, hey, Professor Hoffman, how's it going? But I know a lot of Christians do say, and Ball Striker Bandito, I'm Christian, tarot is a crock and ungodly and sorcery. So this is exactly the kind of response that I'm looking for. So thank you very much. Ball Striker, I just want to preface this by saying that tarot is not magic. Tarot, there is no magic involved in tarot readings at all, whatsoever. 0%. Anyone who claims that there is any magic involved is lying. Let's just get that out of the way, first of all. It's a crock. Yeah, you could call it a crock. You could call, I mean, a scam is something that I would say is more accurate. And then an exercise in cold reading, I would say, is probably the best way to describe what tarot is. Wait, Gooseman, do you think that tarot cards actually do something or mean something, or is it more of a fun little wacky thing? I think that tarot works if you perceive that it works. I think that it can be the same thing as a psychologist's exercise. It can be the same thing as a centering exercise. And I'll explain why. But it would be nice if I had someone, who said that they wanted a reading, then I could start one and you guys could see the process. But yeah, Ball Striker, let me just continue on what I was saying. There's no magic contained. Magic isn't real. Even most Christians believe that magic isn't real. They believe that spirituality is not magic, but something else entirely. So let's pull on that thread. I don't think that again, as I said at the top of the stream, you're not worshiping anybody by doing tarot. You're looking at pattern recognition, or you're doing pattern recognition. The person that's doing the tarot is just cold reading. The person that's getting the tarot done is processing something. And so let's say, like, for instance, we'll use an example. Just while I'm waiting for somebody to ask for a completely free reading. It's really just, just like a mega placebo. That's chill. Well, yes, I go further into this. It is a placebo effect, but I'll explain why it actually works. Imagine that you're getting divorced and you've never been to therapy. Professor, thank you so much. That's all I really need is just the request for a reading. If you have a vague question that you'd like to ask the tarot deck, I'm more than happy to entertain that specifically, but it can just be, any details you can give me about you are great, but you absolutely do not have to share anything you don't feel comfortable sharing. And if the question would be of a personal nature, then don't worry about it. We can get there. But so what tarot is, and I'll try to explain this as concisely as possible, because I could try to explain it for an hour and it might still not make sense. Again, I want to disclaimer this. There is no magic involved in tarot. It is not I know, I'm sorry about the delay. I'm sorry. I keep wanting to change it back to low latency, but I keep forgetting. Sorry. Sorry about that. Just time it. Just like, just time it. Be like, okay, how long did it take? And then you can expect to hear my response then. Just do a little bit of math in the form of entertainment that you're trying to consume. So, I'm just going to go ahead and start shuffling. This is the dealer's shuffle. This is how they do it in Vegas for blackjack decks. Professor Hoffman, even with the delay, just tell me when to stop, okay? I'm going to let the card just kind of fall and get all crazy and try not to destroy this camera setup that I have. It's teetering. Just tell me when to stop. Just tell me when to stop. Really, this doesn't really, this doesn't do anything. We're gonna go step by step here, all right? So what I'm doing here is I'm just calling your attention to me. I'm just saying, I just need you to pay attention to this. I just need you to center. I need you to focus. I need you to perceive what I'm doing. And, you know, that's really all this is. We're warming things up. We're warming you up. We're warming your butt up. Mind up? We're warming your mind up? I feel like that was probably the best Freudian slip that could have happened. We're warming your butt up. We're getting ready for insertion. All right, we're stopping here. I saw the magic word. We're gonna stop here. And if you see any cards face up, it really doesn't matter. This isn't about like trying to find your card or anything. We're just we're just doing something here, okay? All right, and it's a 45-second delay. God damn, that's insane. That seems crazy. But I can't fix it unless I stop the stream like altogether. Like I can't just stop the YouTube stream. I have to like stop all of them. And that would suck. All right. So my format is typically a 3-card pull. And Professor, did you want to give any information about yourself? You really don't need to, but if you wanted to, usually your age helps, just so that I know if I'm talking to a teenager or an old man. And then the other thing that helps is just kind of a focus or intent. If you need us to have one, then it helps. If you don't, then we're good. We can just go from here, and then I'll tell you what the process is. So, cold reading, if you don't know, is essentially a snake oil sales tactic. It is a way that a person who happens to enjoy perceiving things about people, it's a way that they get to know somebody. It's a way that they can garner information about somebody based solely on what I guess we would call educated guesses, right? And I know that the format on the horizontal looks a little strange, but I gotta adjust it for the vertical, so just, you know, bear with me here. But so cold reading is when you take information that you can perceive about somebody, which is different than hot reading. There is a such thing as called hot reading. I didn't even make a sentence out of that. There is such a thing called hot reading. Hot reading is when you actually research information on somebody. Sweet Caroline, Spotify, it's interesting that, I mean, I guess you're being very thematic here, so. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see, I'm a young adult. I low-key hate a lot about my life, where I live, what I do, who I live with. Just got a promotion, born in April, don't know if information is helpful. If you have a specific question for the deck, other than that, I don't need to know much else. What you gave me is totally fine. So hot reading is when you actually research something about the people that you're working with. But cold reading, people could say that it takes more skill, but it doesn't. It really just takes practice. It's something that you can learn how to do. The reason why I happen to be okay at it, I don't think I'm an expert or that I'm good at it or anything like that. I just think I can perceive things about people. The only reason that I am able to do that is because I used to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in malls, like watching people and looking at their mannerisms, looking at their behavior, and just like listening to their stories and overhearing the things that they were saying to like friends and stuff, you know, like it's really just learning to listen. And I know that sounds really rudimentary, but a lot of people don't know how to just stop the things in their mind and just listen. So that's what perception is all about. And that's how you kind of are able to tell. Skippy, welcome back. Wind Fury Totem, Chain Heal, Bloodlust. You are speaking my fucking language, my friend. I used to work, or I used to do PvP, two-handed Wind Fury. That was classic WoW. It wouldn't work all the time, and it was really just kind of a cheese strat, but it was fun when it procced. It's real fun. So Tarot did start in the 1430s to 1450s. It started as a luxury card game. It was... P. Diddy, what's up? Can't believe I'm saying that. It started as a luxury card game. It started as a card game for people who just were too rich and had no freaking other things to do except be bored and count their money. And that's what they did. And they invented games. And divination was a thing that came out of that, the era of opulence, right? Divination got really big in the 20s and then big again in the 70s. And people were all about that shit. Like, you know, like Charles Manson, all that kind of stuff. Like the big famous like serial killers. Like they all had some sort of like mysticism angle going on. Like it was some crazy shit going on. And tarot was part of that. And it really only became popular in the US in the 70s. It really wasn't a thing very much until then. And really it was Europeans who would come over and play it, or not play it, but it was used the same way that, you know, Hasbro or the whoever came out with the Ouija board. It's not meant to actually contact spirits because we know that that's not a thing. But so that's why that's you know, the same vein as tarot. It's meant just for entertainment purposes. It's meant just to give people a little bit of light in the darkness while they're working through the Great fucking Depression. So, Professor, get ready. You got to put your mind, cast your mind into the screen, cast your brain juices all over these cards, and we'll be able to give you a little bit of insight into your own, I guess, miserable life. I'm not saying that derogatorily. You say that you hate a lot about your life, so I guess we've got a place to start. We've got a baseline here. So the way that this is structured is that the first card is called the question. So you didn't ask a question, and which is why I always make the first card the question, because we got to figure out what we're working on here, okay? We've got Judgment, which is facing straight up, and I always have to look at the book. I have not committed this stuff to memory because, again, magic doesn't exist. So there's no reason to, like, dedicate a lot of time to what the book says the meanings are. My juices are all over. Read for me, Goose. The main thing to take away from this, the fact that there is a book with interpretations, is that this is very structured. They're teaching you how to cold read. Just like in horoscopes, you know, like they're so broad and so vague that they can pretty much appeal to anyone, and you can interpret them pretty much any way that you want. So Judgment is number 20. All right. So first I'll read what the book says, and then I'll give you my interpretation from what I know about you, okay? It's always like flowery and prosy, which is why I like reading the book description. Other than that, there's really no reason to read it. I can just kind of go. Coming to terms with our past changes us and fosters healing. See? Already, we're tapping into your spirit. We're tapping into how you hate a lot about your life, what you do, who you live with. You just got a promotion, but you're still fucking depressed. It renews our ability to love purely, flow freely, and transcend our struggles. Judgment is a voice calling from deep within you, a distant yet familiar invitation. It requires intention and a significant act of bravery, uncovering and arousing the enshrouded memories of your past. If you accept this invitation, they will rise up fully exposed. Now is your best opportunity to face them, forgive them, and move on once and for all. Pretty fucking creepy, right? Meaning, forgiveness, rejuvenation and healing, an acknowledgement and release of the past, a definitive decision, an altered view, an invitation from within, new purpose. So, here you are in a formative period of your life, right? You're a young adult. You've got all these new responsibilities that you're going to have to deal with, and that shit comes at you quick. I know from experience. If you're not ready for it, it will come at you quick. And even something good, like a promotion, can still be a change of life, which causes trauma. Trauma is big and small. Trauma can be your wife leaving you. Trauma can be a paper cut unexpectedly. You were already going through some other emotional thing, and then when it cut you were like, I just can't deal with this anymore. Trauma. That's, trauma scars. And, trauma can also just be like someone calling you stupid, and you just all your life you thought you were stupid, and now someone's confirming it for you. So trauma. And a lot of that comes when we're younger, because we have to learn how to get our hand away from the stove when we realize that it's hot, right? And so when we're younger, even when we're 18, 19, 20, in the college years, and we're asked to take on all of these responsibilities, and we're asked to do all of this adult shit. Not only that, but we're given no help. people tend to not be in a place in their own lives where they can turn around and help somebody else, especially if they're going through something that was traumatic for them. But it's just there's no ongoing support. That once you've graduated high school, there's very little people along the way that tell you how to do things. Jeffrey Epstein, I'm surprised you're alive. Even more surprised you're in my stream, but welcome. If anything, P. Diddy would have been your competition. So yeah, judgment. This is the question. Again, when I say the structure of this, that's what I mean. This is the question. The question that you ask is, how can I confront my past traumas? Does that make sense to you? Because the way that you told me about how you feel, who you are, just tell me what does that kind of match with sort of the thing that you need to know, or I don't know. Let's just get a so far assessment from you. Let's see, I can tell you how to do things, brother. James Wright. Yeah, man, I really need to get out of jail. So you faked your death then? All right. Welcome back to the internet. I don't know if I'd be so forward with the username, because you'll get found eventually. What do you need my help with, James Wright? I don't personally need your help with anything. I'm doing a tarot reading. You can get onto the island to remove those tunes. All right, so that's the question. You want to know what is the best way to confront your past traumas because you're unhappy with the way things are. You want to be able to work things out. You want to be able to figure out how to move forward from here. That's really all this is saying. Judgment is telling you that that's the process that your mind needs to go through in order to confront the things that you're trying to process. So that's sort of the secret. That's sort of the secret to tarot, is that it does work in a way. It takes the things that might be resting in your subconscious and it helps you focus on them and bring them into your conscious mind so that you can start to process them. That's why I say it's almost like a therapist's tool, because it doesn't do magic. It doesn't commune with spirits. It just gives you an idea of the thing that maybe you're afraid to confront, or that may be something that you're too traumatized to confront, or that you're too bored or tired or exhausted mentally to confront. And it brings it to the forefront of your mind, and it makes it fun. It makes it something that we can engage with. It makes it kind of like a game, like oh, how'd you figure that out kind of thing, But really, it's all just cold reading. Second card is, so the question, if you asked a question, would be intention, and that's to confront your past and resolve your past trauma, all that kind of stuff. The second card is whatever's in the way. It's the hurdle. It's the obstacle, the thing that stands between you and confronting your past trauma and moving on. That is the Star. I wish I was better at reading Roman numerals. That is 17. Do you see how bad I am at reading Roman numerals? That's 17. Jesus. All right, so let's read the Star. The Star invites you to rest and heal. She is a glimmer of hope, a light in the darkness, a compass to right your course, and assistance when you most need it. She is a glowing reminder from the universe that everything is in order and occurs in its own time. You are entering a stage of calm. Complacency. So use it wisely to identify and commit to what's important. For the Star, it is a card, for the Star is a card of possibilities and potential futures. She will guide you even when you falter, but you must keep your eye on her light. Meaning a time of healing, hope, unexpected guidance, reconciliation between the past and present, very promising potential, and a need for persistent focus. So you see how if this was in a different spot, it could seem very much the same. It could seem very similar to Judgment. But because we're taking something that's highly personal to you, you're not going to make that association, especially since I've delineated them. You look dumb, but you're cool, man. Not very Christian of you to just insult somebody's appearance right off the bat, but whatever. But you look cool, man. But you're cool, man. Okay, subscribe. You look like a UFC fighter that never got ranked? I'll take that to mean that I look very masculine and powerful. I'll accept that. I'll take on that burden, if I must. Can we goon to the Star? If you want. I don't know why you would. It's not I don't think that's the most sexy picture in my deck. The drawings are so fucking cool, though. If you want a goon, I would say goon to the quality of the artwork. Oh shit, yeah, I'm starting to see how this works. Yeah, it's very easy for smart people, not so easy for dumb people. POV, we get graped by crippled people. Okay. Interesting. Anywho, the hindrance for you in this card, different on the vertical versus the horizontal. I'm trying to point in a way that makes it work for both. The hindrance for you is going to be complacency. It's going to be how comfortable that you might feel when you are able to process even just a little bit of what's going on. So, do you ever find yourself, like, solving a problem and then going like, whew, okay, and just letting everything else dangle? Like, let's say you've got a bunch of spinning plates, you solve the one spinning plate, and you're like, all right, that's it, I'm done, I don't need to do that anymore. Just simply because it's too much effort to move on to the next thing. That's a common thing. So if you experience that, that would be par for the course. But it would also be one of the more common things that people would end up coming to the conclusion of if you said, oh yeah, that kind of describes me. See what I mean? See what I mean? That's cold reading right there. Cold reading there, partner. If any of you who are trolling in the chat would like a free reading, I don't charge for them, as no one ever should. It's all about, you know, just doing this for fun. If you want a reading, I'll give you a reading. Ask a question. It can even be a silly question. Can we gamble with cards? No. Yeah, I can see how somebody with some room temperature IQ goobers might look at this and be like, oh shit, he's magic and he's reading my mind. Because all you're doing is you're just using pattern recognition and what you know about the person to inform whatever it is that you're saying. It's not that difficult. All right, so the third and final card here. Ooh, the moon. Inverted. But we can gamble. You can. Not Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not asking you to believe in this. It's not a thing that takes belief. It's just, like I said, it's just pattern recognition. It's cold reading. There is no, it's really only science. There is no religion or spirituality to this whatsoever. So you don't have to believe in it or not. Like that's not an issue. It's not a question. But we can gamble. I mean, you can gamble anytime you want. There's apps that you can get for your phone that will let you do that. So, the moon inverted. Now that's a bad thing. So the description for the card won't necessarily, it'll mean the opposite of what inversion means. So just take it for that much. A vast ocean of mystery, danger, and illusion stretches out and swells over a pier. Above and below, shadows seem to wait and watch. The moon is the world of the unconscious, and it can be both frightening and disorienting. There is nowhere to anchor, and everything feels confusing and deceptive, even though slightly seductive and familiar. Ah, see, this rounds out exactly what I was thinking. So, because things can get comfortable or because things can get too difficult to keep trudging uphill, it might be easy to fall into the old pattern of just taking it day by day, putting one step forward and the other. And, you know, I think that this sort of seals that. So this is the outcome. This is the likely outcome. And unfortunately, the likely outcome looks just about the same as it looks for every other human being out there. You know, you're going to end up being a little held back just by the comfort and the security of complacency. Sometimes it pays to not pursue the issues, to not necessarily like attack whatever it is that you're processing, but yeah. So unfortunately, what might end up happening for you is some instability, impatience, and unwillingness to be truthful, barren stillness, misplaced fantasy. So imagine that you think, you know, I'm so much more worth what I'm doing. You know, I'm worth so much more. My value is so much higher than what they've got me doing right now. And then trying to reach that and getting a little bit of a step up, but not actually reaching that goal and going like, you know what, here's good. I think here's okay. And let's say that you do that for years and years and years. You just keep getting more and more comfortable where you're at, more and more complacent. And it's easy just to get settled in to a rut, to a lonely, miserable existence where, you know, it sucks. And I say you can change this. You can make this not the case. Because destiny's not written in stone, right? Like, Magic doesn't exist. Our lives are not predetermined. We don't have to worry about any of that shit. Chaos reigns. Do what thou wilt, right? You can change the outcome of this if you overcome the hindrance of getting comfortable with complacency. If you get settled where you're at, even if you just make a small bit of progress, you might end up settling, and you might end up stagnating, and you might end up having all those fantasies that you had about the stuff that you wanted to get done pass you by. So take that as a lesson. All right. Take 2 cards, and if I guess right, you say slur. I will never do that. And if I guess wrong, you get a like. I would never wage anything. I'd never wager anything on whether or not I'm going to get a like. That's really fucking stupid. What's a light slur? I don't know. What is a light slur? Is there such a good thing? Is there such a thing as a good slur? Look, man, I don't give a flying shit, but let's gamble. Nah. We're just going to do this. If you want a reading, I'll give you a reading for free. Yeah, honestly, this is adding up. I'm someone who is happy being unhappy. There's a lot of people like that, man. And even, like, especially when you're in the younger adult days, it's easier to be like, oh, I can worry about that later. And that's why midlife crises happen. It's because you get to the 40s. I got to my 40s, and I was like, or I got to 40. I'm only 41. But I got to my 40s, and I was like, oh, I need to do some catching up. So yeah, that's what tarot is. It is just a fun, it's a fun scaffolding that you can use to pull thoughts from the back of your mind. And it uses cold reading, so it's something that you may have to learn along the way, but it's not hard. And if you're doing tarot for yourself, you don't really need to do cold reading because you know everything about yourself. But the thing that I will say about doing self-tarot readings is that you're almost never going to be honest giving yourself answers. It's like when you play chess against yourself. Someone's going to win, and you're going to take the victory no matter what. You're 41, yes. Don't I look old to you? I certainly feel like I look old. Holy shit, you look good for your age. Thanks. I'll take that on. I will take that burden. This plot twist. Sweet, dude. I assumed you were 25. Hell! I'll take that. When my voice comes back and I can do falsetto again, you'll think I'm even younger. Well, if you think I look good for my age, you'll think I'll look even better when I do a karaoke stream once I hit 20 subscribers on Twitch. I have one. I had 2, but a month went by, and now I only have 1. So if you want to jump over there and use a free Prime sub, please feel free to do so. I don't know if my links are working. I think they're supposed to be. I never post on social media. God damn it, you guys distracted me. Hey, Cool Tosh Singh, Cool Jot. Hey, Cool Jot Singh. You're a 41-year-old who isn't willing to say slurs for a like on the internet. That is rare. Unfortunately. Where are you from? I am from, I assume you mean what country. I'm from the US. And I live there currently. I'm not just from there. I'm from there, and I am there. A double whammy for you. I assume if your name is Singh, that you might be reaching us from East Asia somewhere. Perhaps. I don't know if I don't want to stereotype, but those last names tend to be from that region. So, yeah. I don't know. Never know. I don't want to presuppose nothing. Any Christians out there, do you think tarot is demonic or evil? Do you think tarot is demonic or evil? I can prove it's not. Just let me give you a reading. I can prove it's not. It's not demonic. Not magical. Just play on probabilities. Blam! Sorry, I meant to show the picture. Blam! Oh, look, it's me. Look, it's me. It's an old man. It's me. I'm an old man. Look at that. See? That's fate right there. What are your interests? That's a weird question. No legends are born nowadays. Old times were great. You know, I always say this when I talk about why am I pink now? I always say this when I talk about filmmaking to my friends who aren't necessarily into filmmaking, and so they always hate when I try to have this conversation with them. I don't think that anybody's going to become the next Coppola by doing what Coppola does. Just like I don't think anyone's going to be the next Aronofsky, the next Scorsese, the next whatever, by doing the things that they're doing. And unfortunately, it seems like everyone thinks that in order to become those people or like those people, that's what we shouldn't be doing, is trying to be like those people. But in order to become like those people, you have to do exactly what they do. And that's just not true. The reason why Superman wasn't one of my favorite movies, and especially not one of my favorite James Gunn movies, is because he's James Gunn. And if you're a PA, if you're working on parts of the script, if you're working on like images, if you're doing costume fittings or editing, things like that, special effects, are you going to say no to James Gunn? Are you going to say, nah, you know, this looks like a lot of the other stuff that you've done, and I think we should try to change the tone a little bit, or change it up, or like, you know, tweak the vibe? No! No one's going to say that. No one's going to say that to James Gunn about a James Gunn movie. Even then, like, it's also compartmentalized that you have people on the ground who then answer to a person, who then answers to a group of people, who then answers to James Gunn. So you don't even have direct access to the actual person who's making the film, so you can't necessarily tell them no. So when we have all these Coppolas, when we have all these Scorseses all coming out with the same fucking shit that Coppola and Scorsese came out with in their fucking heyday, it's going to seem tired, and it's going to seem unoriginal. It's going to seem like they're just trying to be hacks who bite off the greats. If you want to be the next James Gunn, or if you want to be the next Scorsese or fucking Francis Ford Coppola, you have to fight against the tide, and you have to do the things that they're not doing. Even if it's something that didn't work in the 60s and 70s, it might work today. Like, I don't know, Zombie, right? Zombie, Lucio Fulci was something that was innovative for its time. It had next level makeup. It had next level, I guess, writing, but it's just, I don't know. It was forsaken until about 30 years later. And so if somebody did that now, instead of doing Diary of the Dead, Dance of the Dead, Day of the Dead 4, Dawn of the Dead 3, whatever, it might be better. It might be better. Are you talking about the eye scene from Zombie, or from Cannibal? Or was it? No, was it? Are you talking about the one that they did practically with the razor, and where like the jelly like comes out of it? I know Old Boy did something similar to that. Why are we talking about movies right now? It's not like Gunn is too big not to get notes. He is. I swear he is. He is too big right now to get notes from people who can make those changes. Yeah, Zombie, you're talking about the practical effect where they slice the eyeball, and the jelly like spurts out of it. Such a cool scene. And people were like, I mean, obviously it was disgusting, but like, such a cool, disgusting scene. And people are like, oh, we can't rehash the classics. Motherfucker! All we make right now are classics, rehashed classics. The Bride of fucking Frankenstein just is coming out soon, unless it might have already come out. Come on! We remade Wolfman. And aside from the fact that it was not that good, it was pretty good. It was pretty good by 60s standards, because that one sucked. American Werewolf in Paris was great. Or no, American Werewolf in London. The one Greedy Fly was about. Zombie, also about, what about that shark? In the movie? Yeah. How do you put makeup on a fish? You know, so how do you get scars on a zombie shark? How do you get degradation? How do you get cellular degeneration, macular degeneration, whatever? You can't get a shark to stand still enough so you can put makeup on it, okay? You can't do that these days. Not only is it animal cruelty, but they won't stay still long enough. They gotta keep moving or they die. Anywho, the long-necked Irishman, as you were asking before, is he's the magician. I guess he's got some green in him. Ooh. Will I marry Justin Bieber? I can answer that. I'm gonna guess probably not. Navy Heba. Just give me your age real quick. Just a quick age, or at least age range would help. Socioeconomic background, mother's maiden name. Those usually help too. Your social security number. It's a repeat of classics now. I don't even know if it's a repeat on classics. I know that there are people in A24 and Blumhouse and things like that. Okay, so exactly 18? We'll do it. We'll do it from that. So probably not. I don't know. If you can appeal to his PDF file nature, then maybe. Not that that's... I think he's got to be 40 at this point, right? Isn't he 40? How old is Justin Bieber? I might be completely off. It's a repeat of... man, I really wish... I don't know. I think that it's not a bad thing to rehash the past. I think that we can do more with the capabilities that we have, like I said before. I feel like I've got ideas for movies. Like I have two or three. He's like 30? Yeah, that makes sense. I've got like 2 or 3 almost fully written, almost fully written screenplays, and I will never, ever get them. How about you? Are we getting married? I'm 40, or I'm 41. We're not getting married, as I'm already happily married, but I'll be happy to ask the cards if you're getting married to Justin Bieber. Thanks for letting me know, Computer Fists. I appreciate the input. All right. I'm going to draw 3 cards, and those 3 cards will tell us whether or not you're going to marry Justin Bieber. We'll be very frank. I'll be Frank. You be Alice. Funny little name joke there. Normally I would turn these over one by one. You're an apple. I'm going to have to think about that one. Are you saying that I'm red and delicious? Or one of many colors and delicious? Most apples are delicious. Unless they're mealy. That comes from bad soil. I don't know if you knew that. So the Page of Wands. So, again, this structure is the way that we do things here on Goose's tarot stream. The first card is always the question or the intent. Second card is the hindrance or the hurdle. The third card is the solution or the outcome. Interpret these as you want if you already have your own idea of how to read tarot. But I'm guessing if you're here, you probably don't. So I will always consult the book because I do not plan to ever memorize what these things mean because magic doesn't exist. It would be useful just so I don't have to keep referencing it. But you know what? You know? Why? Old songs were also great, like 80s, 90s, like All Legends. I mean, I guess. I wasn't really a big 80s music fan. I really liked a lot of the metal that came out in the late 80s or late 90s. New metal, not new metal. Metalcore. Refused was one of my favorite bands for a long time. And then I got into Fear Factory, Cattle Decapitation, Bathory. And then I went into like a goth phase where I was listening to like Incubus, Succubus, Switchblade Sisters, and who else? Like, I guess I went back to listening to the Cranberries. I used to listen to the Cranberries all the time. Just because, Dolores O'Riordan, man, fuck. If you can work yodeling into a pop song and have it be successful, you deserve my listenage. You deserve me buying your albums, because that is next fucking level, let me tell you. I can't yodel. but it almost sounds like it. Just for the record, guys, I don't know, you guys at YouTube, you probably haven't seen this stream before. I am losing, my voice is lost. Normally I have a much more dynamic range, but I have been getting sick for the last month. And it is just fucking like, how do you go from metalcore to the Cranberries? You have a diverse musical taste, and you just keep all the things that you like along the way. I absorbed bands like No Doubt, Green Day, The Smiths, Morrissey, the Cranberries, Sigur Rós. I'm naming a lot of the favorite bands that I had growing up, but also like Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. And well, when I learned what hip hop was, I stopped listening to those guys. I started learn more about like Atmosphere and Deltron. But I started with a lot of shoegaze, like Death Cab and Pedro the Lion, and Cranberries was part of that because there was a lot of like alternative 90s. Skippy, at no point have we been arguing about politics at all in this stream. No part of this stream has been about politics at all. Good job for paying attention. So the Page of Wands. Sorry, I really want to get your question as to whether or not you're going to marry Justin Bieber out of the way, okay? The Page of Wands is filled with childlike enthusiasm, energy, and fresh perspectives. Though she is happy and eager for adventure, one gets the sense that she is not yet comfortable in her own skin. What she lacks in confidence, she makes up for in theatrics, making her the center of attention. Her immaturity is obvious, but with little time and compassion, she will make some daring discoveries and accomplish some incredible feats. Now, this could mean a couple of different things. This could be meta. This could mean that your intention behind asking was simply just for laughs, which is, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but the cards might have a problem with that. Because, you know, you can't deceive the cards because they're a living, breathing, spiritual thing. They're magic, right? They have a ghost inside of them. So you got to respect the ghost of the cards, or the heart of the cards. What's Yu-Gi-Oh? I think it's Heart of the Cards, right? The meaning is an enthusiastic youth, fresh ideas, a new beginning, optimism, naive risk, self-consciousness, and encouraging message. So the other thing it could mean, it might not be meta, it might actually have to do with your fucking question, which means, because I know a little bit about Justin Bieber, I don't know everything about Justin Bieber, but I know that he's got a youthful sense, he's got a childlike spirit, because he didn't really get to, like, grow up, you know? Like, he was mostly just a person who became famous all of a sudden when he was a kid. And so, I mean, he was part of that whole like Usher P. Diddy ring, which means maybe there was like, you know, some abuse going on or something. But what it actually means is that he might be into someone who is much younger, and he might be into someone who's adventurous and youthful and spirited. So this is the question and intent. It's either you playing on it, like, this is about us all just wanting to laugh together, or this is about him maybe looking an eye towards your direction. You never know. C.S. Akaitis. In the beginning translates to the Son of God destroyed by his own hand, cross of thorns on his head, hung up in a tree as a gift for the covenant. Huh? In the beginning translates to, why do you keep saying the beginning translates to? Why'd you say two things? Why'd you say the same message twice? That didn't help your case here. Oh yeah, Professor, I'll see you when you come back. So the Knight of Cups, this is what might, I don't know, this might get you. This might be what keeps you from being able to be Justin Bieber's main squeeze. Let's take a look. Knight of Cups. And it's inverted, which is a bad thing usually. A young man sits dramatically in a fountain, caught somewhere between the innocence of child. I'll show you what it looks like. The art on these is so good. While I'm reading. A young man sits dramatically in a fountain, caught somewhere between the innocence of childhood and the maturity of adulthood, lacking much real-life experience. The King of Cups lives in his head and is passionately in love with concepts and ideas, mistaking them for real life. Doesn't this fucking say Justin Bieber? Aren't we describing him right now? He has acquired some knowledge and wants to share, but his need to impress is to be perceived as wise and poetic drives him to even more theatrics. Intensely loyal to his friends and family, he vacillates between emotions and his ideals collide with reality. Oh, that describes him, but unfortunately, it was upturned. So we're gonna have to see what that means. Oh, oh boy. Trickery. A scam or gimmick. Hypocrisy. Selfishness. One who is unreliable. Subtlety. Anywho, what it means is that if you guys do get together, it's probably just going to be maybe like a political, or not political. See what you did, Skippy? God damn it. It's probably just going to be a publicity stunt. He's probably like going to do the same sort of, Leo DiCaprio thing, so people know him as someone who gets like exceptionally young companions. You know, and I don't know if you're a boy or girl, but if you were boy, then it would be like a whole new level of like, oh, this is so edgy and controversial. Justin is married a young man. Oh, you know, it might get people to clutch their pearls, which to him would mean better publicity. So it may still happen, but this is your hurdle here. He's immature. He doesn't know how to maintain an adult life. So he may not know how to maintain a relationship, and he may not even get into relationships for the right reasons. I mean, just look at Selena Gomez. Look at how much she flourished after they broke up. You know? I know a little bit about Justin Bieber. Now, those two out of the way. Here's the big one. Justin is married and has children. Trying to break up a family for selfish reasons is fucked up. And that is maybe what that's maybe what the Knight of Cups is telling us. You know? Maybe the Knight of Cups is telling you that this is just a bad decision to pursue this avenue. If he was even to be interested in you, it may be bad to just break up a family, man. Come on. What are you doing? You homewrecker. You homewrecker. But this is what will end up happening. It doesn't look good. I can tell you that right now. It just doesn't look good. Three of Wands. So the guy that was in here talking Bible stuff, C. Cicatus, do you want to tell me whether or not you believe that tarot is evil or demonic? I'd love to hear your opinion. Three of Wands. Oh no, it's the Three of Wands. I've gotten this one before. There is no hope. I'll read it for you. Take a look at the artwork. I should be showing these, really. The whole reason I'm using this deck in the first place is to show off how cool the art is. Look at that. Now, Navy, after this, I hope that you give me a subscribe and at least a like so that I can grow the community, because if I did a good job with this, you owe me. You owe me. You fucking owe me, you son of a... In the Three of Wands. No hope. No hope for you and Justin. I'm so sorry. In the Three of Wands, a man exerts great effort to manifest his objectives. Seems like you've been on Justin's trail for a while, my friend. At times, he must push energy around to shape his life, and at other times, he must pull energy inward to harness its power and attract what he wants. Your strength and focus are producing the first glimpses of achievement, but the secret to your long-term prosperity lies in your ability to be patient, attentive, and most of all, nimble. Oh, crafty. Now, unfortunately, we are in reversal. And that means negligence, naive expectations, disappointment, work unrewarded, failure in a business, in this case, romantic venture. So yeah, you might end up getting with him for maybe a little bit, but his naivete and his perpetual childhood, childlike youthful quality, as in a boy who was never able to grow up, might end up getting you guys in trouble. Relationship-wise, not like legally or anything. But it's not looking good, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're not going to get married to Justin Bieber. Do a backflip, I wish I could. If I could, I'd be doing them for hours straight on stream. That would be my gimmick. Watch me do a backflip would be the only title I would ever use. But just so you guys know, if you're just joining, we are doing tarot readings. We're showing, really, more than saying that tarot is not magical, nor is it spiritual, nor is it demonic or evil or anything. It is something called demonic. Have you tried? Yeah, I used to be able to do backflips. I was big into physical fitness. I was big into... I did like bike messengering, and I used to do a little bit of sparring with some friends who were also in the same martial artistry that I was. That was nearly 20 years ago at this point. And I have since become much soggier and a lot less skinny. And there you go. If it's not demonic, what is it? It is a tool. It is... These cards are just pieces of paper with drawings on them. They have whatever meaning we assign to them. If you are a religious person and you think they're demonic, then to you they are demonic. However, if you're a secular person or an atheist like me, who just sees them as pieces of paper with cool drawings, then that's all they are. The book assigns some meaning to them, but it is very general, it is very broad, and it is very specifically tailored to be applicable to pretty much everyone. Like I said, this is actually what I was about to say. If you're just joining the stream, hi, I'm Goose. Hello, I'm Goose. Hi, welcome. Nice to see you. All right, nice to meet you, new friends. First of all. Second of all, we're doing tarot. We're showing that tarot is not spiritual. It is not magic. It is not a miracle. It is not psychic. There's no spirits. There's no religion. There's nobody to worship. There's nobody you're contacting. There's nobody you're summoning or anything like that. You're throwing pieces of paper with funny drawings onto a table, and you're assuming what they mean. You can use statistical analysis. You can use pattern recognition. You can use just plain old intuition, old school perception, if you'd like to read the cards. But that's really all it takes. That's all it takes. What song? Which song? Is it this one? I don't want it to be this one. I hope not, because it's supposed to be royalty free. Oh no, wait, it is. You made me stop the music. I was actually enjoying this one. I'm kidding, I actually did want to change it. Lo-fi rock metal mix. What? Is that a thing? No, Polyphia is a progressive prog rock. Oh, shit! I have probably listened to them before. Are they the one... Hang on. A Goose is their best song? Oh. Well, there you go. So yeah, I love prog rock. Bands like Hella and The Sound of Animals Fighting are pretty damn good. Let me look it up real quick. I know that sounds familiar, but I think I might just be thinking of Polyphemus. The famous ogre or Cyclops. Polyphia. I used to do some guitar and singing playing in a band for a while, and we did do we tried to do some math rock for a bit, but we lost our guitar player, and I was no longer needed to sing because we weren't singing anymore. As they wanted me to be the third guitarist, and I didn't want to. That's really the long and short of it. Yeah, I have heard this band, but I don't know if I am very familiar with them. Anything that has these harmonic and like pentatonic scales and stuff like that is like, if you can fit 16 notes into a quarter beat, then you're doing pretty good. I like it. Fucking love it. Unfortunately, I'm probably gonna get copyright struck if I keep playing it, but it's good shit. It's good shit. I've probably listened to them once or twice, but I cannot say for sure. And Osokukos Oskukoku O Oskukosku Oskukosku. Yeah, let me. You said you'll have a card. Let me. What do you want? Do you have any particular intent or question or anything that you need to know? I can do a single card reading. It's usually a little more vague. Are you gay? Nope, not officially. But I have yet to sleep with a man, so how can you know if you've never done it? Although I think if I were to sleep with a man, I would just be bisexual because I am happily married. For pert near 20 years now. Hey, buddy. All right, we'll pull that one card for you. Oskukosku. 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 Two of Wands. All right, so Oskukosku. Let's see what I know about you, my friend. Two of Wands. Two of Wands. The Two of Wands represents two choices. Let me put. Oh, I think we have your nationality. I'm kidding. That is a racist joke. I'm sorry about that. It's more of a stereotype. It seems like a Japanese name, so I assume that you may be Japanese. But, you know, you shouldn't just assume stuff like that. But it's a person holding what appears to be chopsticks. They are not actually chopsticks. They are wands. The Two of Wands represents two choices. Both of the options are sound, but you only have enough energy to develop one well. If you take too long to decide, you will lose the opportunity. When the Two of Wands appears in your reading, it tells you that you have enough information and that now is the time to act. Follow your bliss, trust your instincts, and pick boldly. It is true that you become the choices you make, but you must first make the choice. So it is in reversal, which means sorrow, unexpected failure, adversity, fear, stagnation, excessive hesitation, hollow achievements, domination by others. So what it seems to be saying about you is that you got a problem with making decisions, and that you tend to be a fence sitter, and that it might get you in a little bit of trouble, and that if you want to grow and succeed, you got to get on one of those sides of the fence and start marching forward. There you go. Here's your one card reading. Agent Smith, you are. Well, nobody really is a thing, especially like if you don't know anything about them. All you can do is think that they're a thing. That doesn't mean they are. See how that's different? Your perception is different from reality. If I were gay, I would be in a relationship with a man. Instead, I am in a relationship with a woman. And I don't consider myself gay, so there you go. Bibbidi boppity. Though, Agent Smith, if you would like, I can give you a tarot reading. Christians, if you're just joining the stream, can you let me know, is tarot demonic? Do you believe tarot's demonic? Do you believe tarot's evil? Do you believe that IB spiked out? Don't know what that means. Zochi Pepe Tolittle. Totally. Zochi Pepe Totally. Tlotly. Zochi Pepe Tlotly. What does that mean? What does spiked out mean? I'm too old to understand your Gen Z language. Or Gen Alpha? What's the new Gen? What's the Gen these days? So if you're just joining, we're doing tarot. Things only have the power we give them. Well said, Skippy. Well said. I agree with that. Let me know if you want a reading. I do them without asking for anything. I may cheekily ask you for a like or a subscribe after that, but that's really the only thing. I don't charge because magic isn't real, and nobody should be charging for stuff that isn't real. Yeah. Really. I'm just here to provide a foil to the people who are doing tarot who charge. So if you see, I don't know, if you guys want to like take a look at any of the streams that are doing tarot right now and just tell them to come here and get their fucking reading for free without having to super chat some piece of shit scammer, I'm all for it. We want to grow this community. We want to get it bigger and bigger. Make it so big that I won't even be able to reply to an individual person on a message-by-message basis. That's how big it'll be. It'll be dozens of messages at once. Dozens! Dozens, I tell you! So yeah, if you would like a reading, I will do one for you. I can do one reading, or 1 card reading, 2 card, 5 card, 3 card. It really is mostly just 1, 3, and 5 that are the default mostly. But there's like, I think there's a setup that's, it's like that setup, and like that's the outcome. There's that. I mean, I don't really give a shit. Because again, it's all just made up. It's all, the person who is doing it is the one making up the rules. There are no set rules to this thing. It's just kind of, it's willy-nilly, man. It's really, it's a focus. It is, what would you say in an RPG? It is focus. It's a talisman. It's a totem. It's a accessory. It just really puts the question into physical form. You know, you're kind of like, you have these things in the back of your mind that you're wondering about, and it could be stuff that maybe you're not even actively thinking about. But it's stuff that you need to confront, stuff you need to process, and tarot kind of just helps you think about that and put it into the forefront of your mind and process shit like a normal human being, man. Again, all they are is just paper with drawings on them. If you're just joining, hi, I'm Goose. Hello. I have a poll up which says that over half of the people who have joined this chat do not plan on subscribing to me. Which is fine. But, you know, if you enjoy this kind of content, can you help offset that just a little bit? You know? Just a little bit. I'd appreciate it. I'm going to do my own reading today. I don't even know. Or right now. Not today. I don't know what I was. The cards have not yet spoke to me. I have not yet read myself. Also, I'm pretty sure that people are reporting the stream, which is hilarious. You're not going to get somebody taken down unless they're doing something against the TOS. So I would say if you're here just to report the stream, you're not going to do much work for your side. You're just giving me engagement. So have fun, I guess. Keep doing it. But yeah, so we're doing tarot. If you like tarot, if you like the idea of tarot, even if you think it's demonic or evil, we can prove it's not. We can prove it's not. I can prove it to you. Okay, let's set up the browser window because we don't have people in here right now, and until we get someone in here, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the videos that I wish to react to. If you do just swipe in, I would love it if you would apologize. I'd love it if you would apologize. Go ahead. Apologize to me. Let me tarot you. Sorry, I'm changing my title here real quick. I think it'll be really funny. Let me tarot you while you prove God. And now it's hilarious. It's not hilarious. It's almost hilarious. It could be hilarious. It'll be hilarious if we get someone to come in and and they'll try to prove to me God exists while I do tarot. Oh, you know, we gotta laugh about these kinds of things, right? Erdomi, what's going on? How are you doing? I am just doing tarot readings. I'm doing tarot. Now, the new title on YouTube says, "Let me tarot you while you prove God." That means, if you think that you can prove God's existence, ideally without using philosophy or just pointing to the Bible, that'd be cool. But also, I'm going to tarot the fuck out of you. Tarot the fuck out of you, man. Tarot the shit out of you. And if I can tarot you better than you can prove God's existence, then maybe that itself proves God's not real. Maybe. How you doing today, Erdomi? What you doing? You want a reading? I don't charge for them or anything. I don't ask that you do anything extemporaneous. Just if you enjoy the experience, to just give me a subscribe or a like or whatever. Ain't no thing but a tarot card, Wing. I don't know if that works. I don't know if that works. Could have said anything at that point. Shabam! I'm chilling, brother. Good. Good. Do you like good artwork? This actually didn't mean this. It didn't have any significant meaning. I just wanted to show off the cool artwork. Looks like you're doing good on cards, brother. Well, sure. I assume that means that I'm just doing tarot readings. In which case, the answer is yes. And feel free if you have a question to ask the mystical tarot deck. Feel free. Please feel free. Pretty much any question. It doesn't have to be super vague or super specific. Yeah. Feel free. If you've got something going on in your life and you're like, how do I work this thing out? I'll do a cheeky little 3-card pull for you and we can see if we can figure it out. And if you like, I can explain the process to you. I can explain how it works. To Jathan, you did this yesterday, man. Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me the same question you asked yesterday? It's very strange. What is the purpose of your life for you? Are you asking me or the deck? What is the purpose of your life? Purpose of my life is to entertain people, to make people happy, to put smiles on people's faces, to put tools into the hands of the people who are more disadvantaged than myself, to do what I can on whatever platform I'm able to build, to try to make the world a better place in my immediate environment, to be a good person, to be a kind husband and son and all that kind of stuff. I just want to make the world a better place, at least a little bit, every day, personally. But why don't you ask a question to the tarot deck? Huh? 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 So, you know, some of these might be the people that I've already reacted to and followed, or you know, talked about before. But I'm hoping for some fresh takes here. I don't think we're gonna get them. That's not the window I wanted. There it is. I don't know shit about cards, man. I'll be honest. You mean tarot cards or just regular cards? Do you not know, like, you know, like the bicycle deck of cards, like the regular, everyday playing cards? Like, you don't know those as well? It's just cards. It's just paper with stuff on them. Oh, I've been burping. Oh, I've been burping. Burping, burping, burping. Whoop, there we go. All right, so while we're waiting, anyone who's joining now is more than welcome to ask a question to the card deck. Any question at all, literally any question, but usually it should be about you. Some of the questions I got were, "Are you gay?" Which is a no. I'm not gay, so. But these questions should be about you. And we can do a card pull and figure it out. I can do either 1, 3, or 5 cards. Make your preference known. I mean, I don't care. 5 cards tends to be more of a comprehensive view of, you know, what's going on. But 3 cards is typically just fine for people, like, normally. Did you mean to type that?
Questions that I want to ask atheists, and these aren't gotcha questions. I sincerely.
Now, when you say that, I have a feeling you specifically want to avoid saying that these are gotcha questions. I think that he's trying to preface it by saying these are not gotchas, but nobody's going to believe that. I don't know. Well, brother, can you ask the cards if my education life gonna go well? That is the exact kind of questions you want to ask the tarot deck. Fuck yeah, I can. Fuck yeah, I can. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start. That was a bit of a drop in enthusiasm. I didn't mean to sound unenthusiastic. Just, you gotta settle in somehow. You gotta tone shift. So I'm just gonna keep shuffling these, and I know that I'm on about like a 30-second delay. But that gives me time to shuffle these. So tell me when to stop, Airdomi. Tell me when to stop shuffling the cards. And tell me, do you want to be mystified? Do you want to just kind of like let me do my thing? Or do you want me to explain how cold reading works while I'm doing it? It's a little harder to do it while I'm explaining it, but I'd be happy to afterwards as well. But just let me know. Let me know your preference. All right, just tell me when to stop. I am shuffling the cards. As soon as I see stop in the chat, I will stop. Even if it's delayed, like I said, give me more time to shuffle the cards. These are especially hard to shuffle because they're gilded. They got silver on them, so it's like they catch a lot. They don't just like slipping off of each other. I'll stop there. I know that you didn't say stop, but I'll go ahead and stop there. I think they've been shuffled. I'll let you cook, my man. Stop after 7 seconds. No, we did it. See, I'm already psychic. You already know I'm psychic. You already know I've got that ESPN, all right? I'm transmitting brain waves directly from you. I'm taking your brain juices. I'm putting them into my own brain juices, and I'm letting them mingle and mix around a little bit. And then I'm putting all those brain juices down into this deck, all right? So just for you, man. This is all, you know, these are your brain juices. I'm just putting them on the deck. I'm just the middleman here, all right? It's the spirits. The cards don't lie. Okay, call me now for your free reading. We draw 3 cards, and it can always. It doesn't have to be 3 from the top. It can be 3 from the middle. It can be 3, whatever. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. The short, the spoiler alert to all of this is that none of this matters. So just take this all with a grain of salt. So this. The card at the very beginning, the first of 3, right? Oh my gosh, I'm pink again. You know what? I'll probably just stay pink. I'm getting pinker now. There we go. Friggin' color correct. So the first card is always the question or the intent. You may not know which question you're trying to ask, but you did. You said, you know, you want to know if you're going to be successful in your education, your life, and all that kind of stuff. That's what the first card covers. The first card is the intent or the question. The second card, focus. There we go. The second card is the hindrance, the hurdle, the obstacle that you're going to have to overcome. And the third card is the outcome, the potential outcome. What is the most likely thing that's going to happen for you? I need to pull my pants up. I'm sorry that you have to see my fat belly. I had to pull my pants up because I'm an old man, and we often have to pull our pants up as old men. All right. So the question. So this is your intent, right? Since you asked a question, it means this is sort of the intent behind the question. This is the why you want to ask the question. This is the what's going on in your brain juices that I've got to be able to interpret and translate, okay? So what we have, a judgment again. This time it's inverted though. Judgment was about letting go of past traumas, but inverted. I'm already gonna, smart man, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. I'm already gonna assume. Now I'm not even gonna look at the interpretation of the card right now. I just happen to know that judgment, I'll let you look at the art, it's really cool. Look at that. Isn't that so fucking cool? I don't even know what that is. So judgment, oh hell yeah, smart man, I'll give you a reading just as soon as I'm done with Erdomies here, okay? So judgment means that you need to let go of past trauma to make new steps into new avenues. But if it's inverted, that means that you're probably asking, you want to know if you're going to be successful in education and life because you have every doubt that you're going to. You don't think you're going to be successful. You don't think that you're going to be financially well off or that you're going to find a good partner or any of this stuff. You've got kind of a doomer view of where you're headed. And I don't even have to look at the interpretation. I will look at the interpretation. So just to read you what justice is, or what judgment is in the first place, just to give you an explanation of what it is. Coming to terms with our past changes us and fosters healing. It renews our ability to love purely, flow freely, and transcend our struggles. Judgment is a voice calling from deep within you, a distant yet familiar invitation. It requires intention and significant act of bravery, uncovering and arousing the enshrouding memories of your past. If you accept the invitation, they can rise up, fully exposed. Now is your best opportunity to face them, forgive them, and move on once for all. But keep in mind, this is inverted. Disconnection. Willful stubbornness, meaning that the way that you got to where you are in life worked for you, and you're hesitant to change things because it's what got you where you are. Indecision, addiction. Could it be a substance? Could it be that, you know, you've maybe become addicted to a alcohol or weed or something like that, and you're trying to kick the habit, but you really don't want to? Martyrdom, spiritual cowardice. So that tells me that it's a bit more of a significant problem. Like you're holding on to something because it's very hard to let go. And judgment says that letting go is what's going to push you forward, but your intent here in it being reversed tell me that you don't necessarily want to let it go. You want to kind of hold on to that past trauma. So let's see how that shakes out. All right. The second card, just to remind you, is the hurdle or the hindrance. What might be the obstacle along the way? All right. And inverted hindrances usually mean something good, but let's just find that out. Four of Wands. What will you find out in the Four of Wands? Fie, spiritualist. Allow the divination to permeate your brain juices. The Four of Wands is cause for celebration. Uh-oh. It being inverted says something pretty ominous. The Four of Wands is a cause for celebration. A project, phase, or rite of passage has been completed, and the feeling is pure joy. Accomplishments are often completed with the help of others, and in this case, the results are almost magical, bigger than anything that could have been created alone. Something tells me that you're not a team player, my friend. Erdomi, just let me know so far, like, how accurate do you find this? More work lies ahead. A new challenge. phases, and experience, but for now in this moment, take the time to enjoy your efforts and celebrate what you've done. Unfortunately, since this is reversed, we have to take the opposite into account. Ambivalence, disharmony, a postponed celebration, plans gone awry, dissatisfaction. So whatever it is you're trying to achieve is best achieved with a team, but you're not really a team player. And it's this old, I don't need anybody else mentality that is going to serve as your biggest hurdle to where you need to go. And the best way that you can get through that, even just knowing about judgment here, the importance of the judgment card, even just knowing that means that you're just gonna have to let go of that shit, man. You're gonna have to let go of that. I don't mean selfish as a insult. I just mean selfish as a part of your being. You need to let go of your selfish desires and try to rely more on other people around you to provide you with the support to get to your goal. All right? Now, with that in mind, how are things going to work out? Well, it's not looking good. The tower inverted. So the tower, I don't know if you know this about tarot, but the tower is supposed to represent like foundation. It's supposed to be like a foundational card. So it being inverted, did you ever see Agatha, the Agatha All Along show? One of my favorite musical actresses of all time. Her death in the series was because of the tower inverted, or at least that's how she read it. So, tower inverted, unfortunately. The top of a massive tower crumbles swiftly beneath the weight of its ostentation. It has grown ugly, complicated, and beyond utility, an insult to the balance that once was. Your soul craves equilibrium, and life itself is often the judge when ideologies, beliefs, and projects are given more importance than they are due. Change. What was her name? Oh my god, I'm totally forgetting her name. She's such a great actress too. Patti LuPone. Patti LuPone, her death in that was after she pulled the because she had this whole like time travel thing, and like she could just be in all different times at once, and I guess she said she was falling or something like that in the early episodes, and then later on she pulls the tower card, and then she reverses it, and that ends up resulting in her death. So the tower, change, though necessary, is often painful, and this one will be felt for a very, very long time. This is gonna be the spoiler here. This is the punchline to this whole cosmic joke for you, Erdomi. I hope you're ready. Reversal means trapped in a pattern, unwillingness to change, financial losses, delusional, servile, same old, same old. Your solution, should you keep going down the path that you're going, is stagnation. So I would start looking for support in the people around you who say they want to support you or show that they want to support you. And I would lean on them to take these next steps in life, because that's what judgment says. You need to get over this. You need to get over this inclination to not ask people for help, to think that you have all the answers. Because otherwise, that's it. That's worse than death. That's stagnation. That means you ain't going nowhere. Let me know how accurate you thought that was. If it was accurate, I hope that you'll give me a like and a sub. I really do. Let's see. Do you believe in karma? I don't. Insofar as it's the same thing as tarot, yes. Because it can simply be a tool to help you live a better life. But it's not magical. It's not a cosmic... I can argue all day that the universe needs to balance itself, but I don't think that has a concept applied to it. I think that's just through random chaos. It ends up balancing itself. I don't think karma is necessarily a thing, or the belief in karma necessary to move forward. Aldo Hartzenberg in with the Jesus is King. Did you maybe want to answer the question? That's pretty accurate, I'd say. It's tarot. That's tarot. That's tarot. It always works. Never magical. Isn't that crazy? It's just science. It's just people science. It's just people and their science. Smartman wanted a reading. Smartman, are you still here? I'd be happy to do your reading now if you are still inclined. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and move on to Helon Amastic Chalokamki. Okay, and if you are here, smart man, let me know a question. Let me know if you have a question. You know, I don't necessarily need one, but let me know if you have one. I'll give you, I don't know, I'll give you about 30 seconds. I'll give you to the end of this clip to say that you're still here, smart man. Otherwise, we'll move on to Helona. That's what I'll call you, Helona.
Do you want to know?
To the end of this clip.
Sincerely want to know the answer to these questions. First question is, do you believe that God does not exist? So.
Okay, this is definitely the one that I've already responded to.
Smith here with Aletheia Ministries. So I wanted to challenge atheists with this one question that...
Oh yeah, Erdomi. No problem. Tarot is but the least of my talents.
Is impossible to answer.
So come on back.
Atheists and agnostics, they claim to know a lot of things.
Okay, let me stop you there. That's not a thing. Atheists
claim to know a lot of things.
Oh, thank you, Erdomi. That's a very nice thing for you to say. I don't think I'm very cool, but it's because I'm an old man. It's hard for old men to consider themselves cool. All right, so. You know, but thank you, appreciate it, and I'll take that and I'll absorb it and I'll put it right there in my chest cavity, because I think my heart's over here somewhere. So I'll put it right here in my chest cavity, and it'll exist there. And there you go. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, man.
In terms of
we don't claim to know a lot of things.
Science, ethics, philosophy, but
nope. Just the very specific things having to do with the religion that we personally don't like or are trying to debunk. Or religion in general. You tend to learn the things, if you're a smart person, you tend to learn the things about the things that you don't like. That's how you like, if you, I don't know, if you think like the stereotype, let's say there was a stereotype that black people think that they are the best people ever and that they've never committed a crime or mistake at all and that they deserve everything in the world. Obviously, that is not a thing because people tend to ostracize outside groups. But let's just say that one specific group, if I was to grow up thinking that would be incorrect because that's not what any group of people are just like. I would be like, oh, maybe I've learned this new information by learning about Black history, by learning about, you know, the people in my community, asking people and stuff like that, and then applying that new knowledge to my life. So we don't claim to know a lot of things about philosophy and history and biology or whatever you said. I am at my lowest point in life, like in every way possible, and I was even suffering from clinical depression, out of it now, though. So can you do reading for me? Do you need I don't need your date of birth. If you just want to give me your age and maybe just a question that you have, if there's, you know, if you're saying that you are depressed, then if you have a question that, you know, you think would steer us toward an answer that helps you deal with that depression, then please feel free. But typically only age is really all I need. Age and maybe your name, background. It really doesn't matter. Like, you can give me as much or as little information as you want. It only really affects how in-depth the reading is going to be.
Alleged knowledge of all of those things.
So we'll get through this clip and then I'll do a reading for you, since it doesn't seem like Smart Guy is here anymore.
Depends upon justified sense perception. So, the one question that no atheist can answer is
Okay,
this.
he got into this a little deeper, a little quicker than I was expecting. So hang on. We claim to know. His whole thing is that we claim to know a lot about stuff, right?
Ethics, philosophy, but alleged knowledge of all of those things depends upon justified sense perception.
So what we can see, what we can hear, what we can feel is I think what he's really trying hard to complicate.
So, the one question that no atheist can answer is this. Without a...
That's already a self-contradiction, because atheists can answer any question that you want, but it's whether or not you'll accept that answer that is the important thing here. Tyler Pham, repenting doesn't do shit. Repenting actually does exactly the same thing that tarot does. And if you'd like me to prove that, I can, Tyler. Right freaking now. I'm 20. Welcome to adulthood. A couple years late, but welcome. I actually dropped out last year, and pretty fucked up things happened with me. Came back to my hometown, which left when I was sent to a boarding school as a teenager. I was ahead of many. So big highs, then low lows, apparently, is what you're describing to me. Which I think a lot of us can relate. Let me just put that out there. I'm pretty sure a lot of us can relate to that kind of stuff. People in my life, but now I have become a laughingstock and trying to do credit transfer back to city. Oh, I get you, man. You didn't even have to go even further than that, man. I've been exactly where you are a couple of times.
The general reliability of your cognitive faculties. How do you know that your cognitive faculties are generally reliable?
Oh my God. This is a question he should be asking Christians. Atheists, or secular people, scientists, they believe in what they can see and feel and test and observe, right? It's Christians that take things on faith. He's just projecting here. So his question is, how do you know that what you're seeing and feeling, and how do you know that your observations are real? I just got to throw that right back at you, man. How do you know that your perceptions are real? You base all your belief, all of it, on one single compendium document. That was all written by people. And if you're a Christian, you shouldn't believe the laws of man. You should believe the laws of God. And man wrote the Bible. Jeez. Ay, ay, ay. I didn't bring the window up. I meant to. There you go. That's what he looks like. All right. Hey, Helmet, what's going on? All right. Will I be successful? Will my credits transfer? That's highly specific, but you know what? We'll do it anyway. You might learn more about yourself is the only appendix I'll put on the end of that, because specific questions tend to fail. You're going to end up, the cards will end up telling you a little bit about yourself, okay? So just be ready for that. So, as before, I'm sure you already saw this, but just for the people joining, as before, did I say welcome back, Helmet? I think I meant to. Let me grab some more water real quick. I will be right back. Give me 10 seconds. Grab some more water. Put your magic brain juices into my magic brain juices, okay, Helon? Why am I pink again? You know what? I'm pink. I'm pink, you guys. Whoop. Boo. Yep. Bing. I'm still pink. You know what? It's fine. As I've said before, the first card is the question or the intent. That is, it could be the question that you asked, or it could be a little bit of the cards telling you, nah, this was your real question. This was your real intent. All right. The second card is the hurdle or the obstacle, the thing that's going to get in your way. And the third card is the possible or more than likely the solution. We don't know if it's exactly, because destiny's not written in stone, yada yada. Blah, 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 yakety schmackety. So your first card is Page of Wands. Let's take a look. Why is the chat on here is not current? Weird. Helmet, it doesn't have your next greeting. Can I refresh this? I did that last time. I don't remember how I did it. %63% of the people who are weighing in on the poll are not subscribing. Come on, man. That's letting you know that you should just click the subscribe button, regardless of if you agree with what I'm saying or if you believe in tarot. Come on. That's what that's for. He meant that if atheists believe evolution's only purpose is survival rather than discovering objective truth, then why should we trust our reason? That's not what he meant. The fuck are you talking? Did you watch the same fucking thing?
Defied sense perception. So,
here's my question.
One question that no atheist can answer is this.
That no atheist can
Without
answer, apparently.
Assuming the general reliability of your cognitive faculties, how do you know that your
without assuming the reliability, right? Let's just
of your cognitive faculties. Without assuming the general reliability of your cognitive faculties.
So, without just presupposing that what I see, hear, feel, touch, taste is correct.
How do you know that your cognitive faculties are generally reliable?
You see what I'm saying? So if you think you can grasp reality, how do you know that reality is true? If you didn't extrapolate that from what he said, then you need to go to school. I would urge you to get some basic education. Page of Wands, here we go. So lots of ups, lots of downs so far is what I'm getting from you, Helen. The Page of Wands is filled with a childlike enthusiasm, energy, and fresh perspectives. Though she is happy and eager for adventure, and this is inverted, just so you know. One gets the sense that she is not yet comfortable in her own skin. What she lacks in confidence, she makes up for in theatrics, making her the center of attention. Her immaturity is obvious, but with little time and compassion, she will make some daring discoveries and accomplish some incredible feats. So, now this may sound tough, all right, but it's not a true assessment of who you are as a person. It's simply what the card interpretation says. I will make my own interpretation. Reversal, a disloyal person, a messenger of bad news, indecision, instability, shenanigans. So basically what that means is you have a bit of a procrastination issue. You have a bit of a I'm the most important person in my life issue, which can cause you to become separated from the people that you surrounded yourself from before. Like it can make people kick you out of the house. It can make them angry enough at you to send you to boarding school or some shit. Like, and you may not actually believe it. He's just strawmanning this argument, I guess. What? The thing he asked was, if you can trust your perception, how do you know that your perception is correct? That's the question that a lot of atheists ask religious people, because religious people can't answer it. The only way that you know is by faith. That's why it's an atheist sort of gotcha, because you guys only have faith. Atheists don't need faith. Atheists can go on Google and just type in whatever they need to know and pull up whatever scientific document will prove whatever it is they're trying to prove. That's because atheists tend to trust whatever established science tends to say. And when the established science changes, the opinion of an atheist changes. You know what doesn't change with new information? Christians. Yo, you ain't lying, but I would say you are partially right. Okay, well, let's continue. Let's see if any of the rest of this tends to match. And I don't know. I am not a psychologist, but there's every chance that you may even be lying to yourself. This even says, indecision, instability, shenanigans, a disloyal person, a messenger of bad news. You might be your own messenger of bad news on this. And a lot of the times when we encounter a lot of the trauma that we deal with as younger people, it's easiest for us to protect ourselves, to protect our brain, to protect our wellness by deflecting it, by deflecting responsibility to something else, by trying to find somebody else to blame, by trying to find something else to be responsible for why we are where we are. Okay? That may not be true for you. It was true for me. I needed to confront a lot of the decisions that I was making that was alienating people around me. And it took me a long time to figure that out. It took me until I went to therapy to figure it out. It's weird, the chat overlay isn't correct. Refreshing it. I'm refreshing it. So yeah, I mean, it may be something that you're fooling yourself into believing. I don't know, and I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that there is the possibility. So just, keep that in mind in the back of your head. It could be that you might have convinced yourself that what you're doing is right and that it's like the best way forward, but it may not be. All right. The Hanged Man. Now this one's a really cool fucking picture. You gotta take a look at this. Isn't that cool? The Hanged Man. So this is your obstacle. This is what you may have to deal with that will hold you back along the way. All right? That is your obstacle. I haven't pulled the Hanged Man in a long time. The Hanged. A pivotal card in the major arcana, the Hanged Man was willingly stripped and suspended himself upside down, allowing his view of the world to alter completely. In this specific doorway, he relinquishes his ego and mind and experiences a timeless glimmer of clarity and enlightenment. His true nature, calm, rests on his face as he merges within the divine. Peace that comes from surrender and trust. The realizations he acquires here will stay with him forever and cannot be unlearned. Dude, I'm fucking good. I'm fucking good at this, all right? I'm so fucking good. You are holding back. You do believe that there is something that you're doing correct that perhaps might not be entirely correct. Come on. Why does it need to make me look like a friggin', what is it, Pinky Demon from Doom? I hear you're trying to say it aligns with some of the stuff I want to hear. Now there, you're already stumbling onto one of the secrets of tarot. Just give me a second here, all right? Let's finish the reading first. Are you practicing witchcraft or something? No, I'm trying to get my camera to focus because it has an autofocus function. And if I'm pink, that's not the color I normally am, so I'm trying to get it to adjust. Although that could be seen as if you do a witchcraft, or if you do a ritual over and over again, that could be seen as witchcraft because you are empowering something with your will. So perhaps. The Hanged Man is a change in perspective. So what the hurdle for you is changing your perspective. So even like right now when I say like maybe you might be fooling yourself into thinking something that it may not be best for you, that might be what you're trying to confront right now. That might be your whole thing, is that maybe you don't want to hear that you need to change. Maybe you want to hear that other people need to change. And that's why I don't know. That's why you may be a little bit in self-deception or in some mild delusion or something, Again, none of that is judgment. Just what the cards are telling me. Committed time of self-examination. Sacrifice rewarded by clarity. Renouncing old ways of being. Do you see what I'm saying here? Does that not seem like some fucking crazy psychic shit right there? Surrender of the known in search for truth. You can't tell me that doesn't purport with a lot of the stuff that I was saying before about the Page of Wands. Perhaps the cards know something about you that you may not know about yourself. Now, the final card. It's all about the solution, the possible outcome, whatever seems to be most likely for you. And that is the Ten of Coins, which again is a really cool art piece. All this, the deck is mass produced, but the actual images were all hand drawn. Very cool. Of course, it didn't used to be super common or super rare for things to be hand drawn. It is now. Ten of Coins. From the green grass of youth, through the bricks and stone of middle age, to the gardens of maturity, the rhythm of the rhythm of the years reveals the varied expressions of abundance in our lives. In the 10 of coins, the raw energy of the ace has been thoughtfully cultivated to completion, a manifestation of prosperity in all things financial and spiritual. It is a moment for both gratitude and reflect. Dude, this is about, you said you wanted to be successful. This is telling you that you can be successful if you are able to self-sacrifice in search of what's really going on in your head. Because it seems like you might have convinced yourself that some values you may hold, some ideas you may have, might be what you are assuming is correct, but might actually be a hindrance to you, might actually be something that's holding you back. It doesn't answer this question, but the other one I said I went through pretty fucked up times, so like it is true what you were saying. It does answer your question. The 10 of coins, abundance, prosperity, stability, devotion, family matters, a legacy or bequest. That means that you can be successful if you learn how to let go of your preconceived notions. I think it wraps it up in a tight little bow. And the cards don't lie, okay? Like this, you know, I would never try to assume anything about you, but the cards are the ones that are saying this stuff. I just am a mouthpiece for the cards. Yeah. So it seems like as long as you are able to let go of whatever your preconceived notions about what your situation is, you might be able to find success. Okay? I just broke up with my GF. I'm sorry to hear that, Cool's Wizard. Sorry to hear that. Anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens, or a sorcerer, charmer, or a medium or necromancer, for whoever does these things and is an abomination to the Lord. Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not practicing divination. I'm not telling a fortune or interpreting an omen, nor am I a sorcerer or a charmer or a medium or a necromancer. So I guess that means that I'm clear of hell. Congratulations, me. Hey man, are you gonna go live tomorrow? No. I'm finding a friend of mine is coming into town. And we're all gonna party. We're gonna do some party hardying. But I will be on Monday. I'm on every Monday through Thursday. Around 9-ish in the morning, Pacific Standard Time. Mondays and Tuesdays we do... Now, you don't know if Tyler's a child. They could just be somewhat brainwashed. Who knows? The Mondays and Tuesdays, Mondays are MAGA Mondays, where we do a stream that I like to call What's Wrong With You? And then on Tuesday, we do a little stream that I like to call or Ask an Atheist Anything, where we cover religious topics. I do a lot of this stuff, reacting to this stuff on that day. Thursdays are just kind of like toss-up. Wednesdays are usually just games, pure games. We played Monster Train yesterday. Can you do another round for me, please? I mean, if you got another question, or if you got, anything else. Oh, God damn it! No, Twitch chat isn't showing up. All right, well, let's see if it does it now. Perhaps. I want to ask when I will come out of this shit, which has been put onto, but I don't know what I can say. But yeah, so you want to know if you're going to be able to confront your shit. Is that right? You want to know if you're going to be able to confront whatever the fudge it is that's going on in your life. Will you be able to make it through? Will you be able to make it out of the darkness? Do you kiss him after the party? What? Kiss who after what party? Pathfinder has a version of tarot built in as a divination method called the Harrow. I think you told me about that before. I'm not sure. I think you told me about that before. All right, yeah. Let me give it a quick shuffle, real quick. If you're just joining, we're doing tarot, and in between tarot, we're reacting to questions for atheists. Pretty straightforward. Didn't really have the energy to play a game today, though. Today is normally a gaming day. Just didn't feel like it. my mind is like boiled right now. I am so on the edge of getting sick that I am basically sick, but my body just doesn't know it yet. And so like my brain is still trying to operate, my body's still trying to operate. I don't feel sick, but whoo, damn. I am not 100%. Yeah, like the last 4 years for me have been tough. It's like a roller coaster. Well, let's find out. Let's find out what happens. So, Tyler, in order to fully explain what I meant by that I'm not any of those things or that I'm not doing any of those things, I have to explain to you how tarot works. All right? Tarot is a card game that was invented in the, I think, 1400s, but got really popular in the US around the 70s. It really was just scam artists who would go onto, like, I don't know, street corners, street sides, street tops, whatever. Then they would scam people through using things like tarot, which they would advertise as divination or fortune telling. It actually isn't that. What it is a very scientifically based method of sort of like psychology, observation, whatever. It's called cold reading. And all it does is it brings in statistical knowledge, pattern recognition, and interpretation of esoteric shit into a method that we can interpret, or method that we can, like, a tangible thing that we can see and look at and understand. The meaning behind why I like, or the not the meaning, but the purpose for tarot nowadays is more of a tool than it is a spiritual thing. Though many people who do tarot readings only regard it as a spiritual thing. So there's conflict. Really all it is a tool. What it does for Halon, what it did for them was it took the question of, is my credit transfer going to be successful? And it brought it into the forefront of their mind. So even if they disagreed with the interpretation that I made here, it still made them think about it. It still made them process it. And so they could say with certainty either, yeah, that actually applies to me 100%, or no, you know, I think I kind of like worked it out in my head right now. Because what it does, it takes the shit that's in your subconscious, it brings it into the conscious mind so that you can figure it out, so that you can take it. I always compare the way that my thought process, or the way that my brain is so chaotic, I always compare it to a box of Christmas lights that you haven't paid any attention to spooling or rolling up correctly. It's all just a big tangle. And the work of psychology is looking at that tangle as a whole and going through the thread and going like, okay, here's where one tangle is, let's explore that. Here's where another tangle is, let's explore that, and try to figure out where the end of it is so that we can start working through it and slowly, painstakingly untangling that tangle. And then when we get it untangled, we're going to try and wrap it up nicely and neatly, which means developing tools that actually maintain your mental health, checking in really often, spool it up all nice, get it back in the box, put it away in the brain. You're now mentally healthy. That's what it is. Tarot is a tool to get there. So, Tyler, if you are still here, hopefully that explains it to you. It is not divination. It is not spirituality. The magic doesn't exist. Not even your magic exists. No magic exists. If it did, we would know it by now. All right, so are you just going to be generally happy? How long? Are you just going to be generally happy? You explain really well, and you can be a speaker or a teacher. I would love to be a teacher. That would be fucking awesome. I like helping people gain tools that they need for life, and that would be really cool. I would love to be a teacher. I would love to teach cooking, though. That would be my subject, would be cooking, because I am a chef. That is my profession. I am not a professional tarot card reader. I just happen to be decent at perceiving things, and I happen to be decent at knowing who people are without really knowing them. What is that? Perception? I think. Perception. So, Seven of Cups. This is your real intent, right? So again, you ask the question, will you be successful? Will you be happy? Will you be able to overcome whatever it is that you're going through that is stressing you out? Will you be happy again? Seven of Cups. It's a good sign that it wasn't inverted when we came out the gate. So, whew, fingers crossed for that one. A woman stands, literally caught in the misty bliss of her choices. The Seven of Cups shows an intimate and personal moment when too many choices are available. See, Halon? We're getting to the root of the problem here. We fantasize about endless options, but when they actually exist, our imaginations and emotions can begin to complicate the situation. It would be easy and tempting to remain in this daydream, but to grow, you must commit to a choice and take action. You see, that was what Judgment was telling us. Judgment was telling us that you are confronted with too much shit in the past that you base your current opinions on, and it's hard to let them go, so you can't move forward to the other side of the fence. It will undoubtedly change your course, but it will move you forward. So perhaps college isn't the right move for you. Perhaps a new profession might crop up, that you might be like, oh shit, like that's actually what I really want to do. And you may find through this experience, through all this trauma that's happening to you, through all the bullshit that's going on in your life, that this new direction, even if it's a completely different direction, even if you have to take on a new career or whatever, might be better for you. Who knows? I would say that if you're in your 20s, I think you said you were maybe 20, you have a lot of time to figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life. And thinking that if you're going to fail something now, that it's going to impact the rest of your life, will impact the rest of your life. You get what I'm saying? So this is all about wishing instead of doing. Prolonging a choice, indulgence, muffling your inner voice through distraction. Does that make sense? So oftentimes I would describe it by saying that you're happy in a rut. And I don't think that's accurate, because people aren't happy in a rut. They're usually depressed. They're usually upset. They want to get out of the rut. But what it means is that you're comfortable in a rut. You're comfortable. And again, that may even be a weird way to say that. Comfort really just means that you get nervous when you do something else. You feel uncomfortable when you do something else. It's comfortable for me to not exercise, because I would love to not have to exercise, but I do it anyway because it's what I'm supposed to do. That's how you stay fit. So yeah, that is what the question, that's what the intent is, which means that if you are asking the question, will I become successful? This kind of rounds it out. This is saying it may not be what you feel, but it might end up being what the reality of the situation is. There are too many choices. There is too much variety. There is too much that you have to consider. There's too much just crap out there that you got to keep in mind. Hey, Clearwaters, what's going on? And you want to be able to get through that. But it's distracting. It's overwhelming. It makes you indecisive. It makes you feel overwhelmed. Makes you feel like you got I don't like having to do all this stuff. I don't like having to deal with all these choices. I don't like having to deal with all this variety. I don't like trying new things and stuff like that. Now, the hindrance is usually what tells me if I'm right on my intentional interpretation. So we'll see if that's correct. 10 of Wands. You haven't gotten any swords, which is strange. Because that's usually for the people who really want to change things. Like swords is a really aggressive, almost physically violent method of changing your life, 10 of Wands inverted. Success is wonderful, but if left unchecked, it can get away from you. In the 10 of Wands, a man balances responsibilities, promises, and tasks, all of which... See what I'm saying? This shit so fucking makes sense. Do you see? Woo! Okay, let me continue. Sorry. A man balances responsibilities, promises, and tasks, all of which he knows intimately. For the moment, they are under control, but holding them has become a burden. Too many choices, too much to deal with, too many spinning plates. For the moment, they are under control, but you are expending a great deal of energy right now, holding things together. But what is the price? The original spirit and creativity that shone so brightly in you is fading quickly, swallowed by the tangle of obligation. It's time to use the lessons of those wands to fix the situation and restore balance. So your hurdle is going to be when you approach things in a manner that is insincere or cynical or irresponsible, or when you try to blame others. This is basically the same reading. I was telling you before what was going on. This is the second time we're getting into this whole, like, you got to let go of this. It's going to take you bringing responsibility and accountability back into your core being. That's going to be able to bring you through this difficult period in your life. You rang. Yes, I did indeed say cynical. Or did I say cynicism? Cynicality, which is a Superdrag song. Cynicality. I don't know why the chat overlay isn't showing Twitch. Oh, it's probably because my Twitch account is not active on Stream Elements right now. That would be the only thing that I can think of. So see, the hindrance is the same thing that I was talking about before. It's the same hurdle. It's you got to let go of trying to find a different source, like a different person to blame, or a different source to blame, or a different reason why you are in the situation that you are. You got to look inward, and you got to do some self-assessment. That's really what's going to get you out of it. And your outcome, the Two of Swords. I was wondering why you weren't getting swords. And this is probably a bad one. This is probably a bad one to have. Whew. Listen to this, man. There is a conflict between your heart and your mind, and the strategies you have in place are unsustainable, strained, and precarious. You are managing skillfully, but will soon be exhausted. You must do something. It is not a position one can hold indefinitely. Though a stalemate may appear better than defeat, the issue no longer can be ignored. Please, take inventory and find your way through this struggle. But there is a silver lining. All right? It's hopeful. Because if you are able to get through these, if you're able to get through this hurdle, this obstacle, that could mean a stalemate concluded, but it could also mean trickery, deception, and dishonesty. You could be deceiving yourself into thinking you're doing the right thing. You could be tricking yourself into thinking that you're doing the right thing. But it is a deception. And you've got to become very pragmatic, and you've got to look inward with honesty and really tackle those demons, as opposed to thinking you've tackled the demons. There you go. Will you be happy? The long and short of it is that it depends on you. Now let's talk about the secret of tarot. That all means nothing. There is no such thing as magic. This is not spiritual. It's not magical. It is not religious. We are not worshiping or conjuring anything. All we are doing is taking whatever it is that you're thinking in your subconscious, and we are projecting it onto some cards. That's all we're doing. That's it. I hope you enjoyed that, Helen. I'm going to turn off the chat overlay. It's just not updating. Stupid. Stupid! Damn chat overlay. Why you gotta be like that? Huh? Why you gotta be like that? Why my voice gotta be being lost? Huh? What's up with that? Why do I have hyperhidrosis? I am sweating like a frickin'... What do they say? It's a priest in a whorehouse. You know what? You look into astrology like Indian and Chinese ones. Ah, man, that's going to be a hard subject to tackle. There is a lot on that. There is a lot on esoteric Eastern Asian and Asian methodology. That's some like cool shit, man. That's like some cool shit. Vishnu and Kali and all that shit. Some cool shit. Like, it's accurate as fuck, and I'm a Hindu. I can vouch for it. Cool, good. Then I will take a look. I would, if you are, though, practicing Hindi in India, I would recommend that you guys start adopting a practice of cleansing yourself spiritually as opposed to actually bathing in the Ganges, because it's like over several million people bathe in the Ganges every year, and like it's so harmful. It's such a toxic river, you know. I hope that you know, I hope that people aren't experiencing like health issues or things like that, because it's one of the most polluted rivers in the world. But I don't know. I haven't really done any studies. I just know that like it's polluted as all get out. They are doing a lot of like cleanup stuff, cleanup projects, but I don't know how quickly that's going to change the face of things. You know, I think there is a Ganges River project. I know there's a Thames River project. You know what? I can tell you something. Go ahead. I know that there's a Thames River project. I know that there's a Hudson River project. I know that there's like projects for most river cleanups, like for like the big populated cities. But the Ganges, man, like that shit. Oh fuck. I've seen like some of the videos of just like the stuff that they dump in there, and like I imagine that shit happens everywhere, honestly. But it's so well publicized in India. It's easy to think that it's just the Indians that are doing this, but you know what? It's everyone. We all pollute the earth in different ways. Now, if you've never been here before, welcome. To those who are swiping on YouTube, please, I keep seeing the view count go up, but the concurrent viewers stay at a steady 3. Stick around, man. I promise. We're not doing magic. We're not doing anything weird or spooky or anything. You don't have to be scared to stick around, okay? I promise not to spook you out. All right? This is all science. This is all just established sociology. All right? No need to be scared of it. Jesus loves you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fictional characters loving me is always a boost to my confidence, I guess. Tarot is kind of like painting or fishing or archery, sort of meditation, cognitive organizational mechanism. That's why I say it's like a psychological tool. It's like a therapeutic tool that one can use in order to bring the thoughts that you're trying to process, the thoughts that you don't know that you're trying to process, into the forefront of your brain to allow you to process them. Bringing the subconscious to the conscious. Slab Snatchers, I appreciate your input, but would you like to tell me if you think that tarot is demonic? Because I can prove it's not. When becoming Muslim? I don't know. I'm not really religious at all. I don't subscribe to any religion, and I'm not really a fan of most religions. So, gay. Are you saying gay as an insult, or are you just assuming that I am a homosexual man? Or I guess you could be doing both if you hate gay people. That's one of the reasons why it's dirty. Is it because is a burial ritual? Because I know that there's a lot of corpse detritus. Gross as that sounds, it's really not. I mean, there's all kinds of corpses in the ocean. But is that what you mean? Like, because that would actually make a lot of sense. Because bodies breaking down, man, that makes, although it would produce lie, right? It's a good insult because being gay is somehow detrimental to a person, other than society, like you guys. There's really no downside to being gay. You get to have a happy life and be with the person you love. Charlie Kirk's throat hole is full of leprechaun gold. Okay. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know, Roy. So become Muslim, you can get 4 whiffs. I don't think, is polygamy still a thing in Islam? I'm pretty sure that's not a thing, right? For most people. It's a good insult. No, just gay. That doesn't make any sense. That didn't answer what the question was that I had. Muslims would know all about gay. Well, no. A Muslim in America might know more about gay people than a Muslim in the Middle East. Muslim. But if you're going to try and use the old tired, they'd throw you off the roof of a building. Nobody ever did that. That was not a single en masse way to handle gay people. So, I don't know why people tend to use that. It just wasn't really a thing. I mean, sure, it was in the news, but do you believe the news all the time? Because the news said a lot of good things about Joe Biden. And I'm guessing you're probably part of that crowd that not a big fan of Joe Biden. Let me know if you want a reading, guys. If you're just joining, Roy, Geo, Sonny Jim, do you guys want a reading? I can prove to you that this is not mystic. Also, the people that, people, like in general, Indians don't maintain like India. It's pretty unusual, like for Americans, because you would find all kinds of people are the ones which you would watch online taking bath or not. Do you watch many people online taking baths? I don't think I've ever seen a person take a bath online. Maybe I should start watching bath streams. I guess. Sonny Jim, I'm gonna go ahead since you wanted to type a few times. I'm gonna go ahead. Your glasses are huge, but they suit you. They're not big enough, honestly. Hell, I'm not even a big fan of Biden. Shit, me neither, dude. They don't maintain sanitation. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I wish that my glasses were bigger. Because these ones tilt down. They tilt down. I don't know if you... Like, if I set them level, like, they tilt down. And I don't like that. I don't like that angle. You mentioned this as your hobby. Did I? I mentioned it was a tool. And yeah, I'll give you a fucking reading, of course. No, you said right about the river. Okay. I think there's a cleanup project in the works in India, just like there is like in the Gulf of Mexico and all that kind of, like in the Thames and all that. So I'm sure it's a thing, but I don't know. Oh, yeah. It's not a good river. And I only say that out of concern for people. Like, people are going to get sick. They're going to get some kind of like bacterial infection or toxin or something. I want people to not die for their religion. That would be awesome if we could just keep people from, being martyrs. That would be great. Because I don't think that transfers, I don't think that gets you into heaven or whatever the equivalent is in Indian culture. The fountain, Sonny Jim, you came out with a banger. You came out the gate with a banger. All right. Now you don't have to give me any information about you. I can do this completely cold, but it would help if you wanted to give me like an intent or a question and at least some vague age. So you can say that you're in your late adulthood, you're in your middle adulthood, or it doesn't matter to me. I just, an age gap usually helps. Mincemeat. Okay. Is that your question or is that your age? I'll assume that's the question. Anywho. All right. So, as I've said before to the people, I know that I keep repeating this, but you guys are new, and there's every chance that we're going to get people who swipe in who haven't been here before. The first card is always the question. It's always the question or intent. It could be 2001. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It could be the thing that you wanted to ask, or it could also be, I don't need the date or anything like that. Just your rough age range. This could be the question that you meant to ask, or it could be an entirely different question that you may not, that the deck knew you wanted to ask, that you may not have known you wanted to ask. But let's just tell me where we are once I'm done telling you what the fountain does. All right, the fountain exists beyond and outside the cycles of birth, death, time, and form. It is nameless, changeless source of which everything is a part. It is the waking from the dream of separateness and identity, and of the recognition of oneself as not only connected to all things, but all things divine nature. When the fountain appears in your reading, relinquish all illusion of control and remain quiet. That means shut the fuck up! Invite you to observe, master less, and to just be effortless and indistinguishable from life. You are the voice and the breath of universes. So what does it say about you? Well, I don't know much about you other than that you are 25 years old. 20s, you're in your 20s. And that's about it. But that's good. That's good. The meaning of the fountain, when it is not in reversal, which it's not, according to this book, which this is just the book that came with it. I am not reading anything like from a other like preconceived. There's no like Google or anything. It's just the book that came with the thing. It's just a bunch of text. It just tells you how to interpret all these things. This does give away the game a little bit, but there's a reason why I'm explaining it. All right? I just want to let you know that there is no magic involved in tarot whatsoever. Oneness. A moment of cosmic clarity, fully awake, the end of seeking, enlightened being, surrender to that which you are, whole and perfect. What this means is that there's a void. It means that there's just a empty universe where this question exists, which could mean that you have no intent behind asking anything of the tarot deck. You just want to see if tarot is a thing. The fountain often means that there is just this central node with which we can connect other things. And so far, all that we've connected to it is nothingness. And so your intent could be nothing, or your question could mean nothing, in that you may not have any profound questions for life right now. You may be pretty stable. You may be set. You may be fairly happy. You know? The deck knows. I don't know. Damn it! Stay plugged in. I don't think it's gonna... No, it probably will turn off if I don't fix this. Sorry, I'm taking the camera away for a second. I have to enter something in so that it will stay on. I don't know why it's like, hey, we'll totally idle for you, but you have to let us know every once in a while that you're still here. What's the point of that? Who creates these things? Actually, I can probably just make this closer to the table, right? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I know. I forgot to take care of it. I went to sleep very early last night, and I still didn't get a lot of sleep. I still have to take care of it. We'll do it when I'm done today, or I'll do it when I'm done today. All right. So this is the hindrance, right? This is the obstacle that may find itself in the way between you and what you want to accomplish. So just to remind you, the fountain was oneness, a moment of cosmic clarity, fully awake, the end of seeking, enlightened being, surrender to that which you are, whole and perfect. This really just means that you're pretty content with life in general, or with whatever the subject is of the question that you were trying to ask. Let me know if that's accurate at all. All right, your hindrance, the hurdle that can stand in the way of enlightenment, contentment, happiness, whatever, what have you, the obstacle that can stand in that way is the Six of Coins. At some point in our lives, we all need assistance. The Six of Coins, okay. The Six of Coins speaks to the relationship we have with others surrounding our prosperity or lack of it. Okay. So this is more than that there's a void in your life that you're looking to fill. That's what the fountain was telling us. See, you don't necessarily know. That's why you got to do multiple cards, because the fountain only gives us the beginning. It only gives us where we're starting from. No, it did shut off. Damn it! I knew it was going to do that. You bastard. Don't do that again. All right. So the fountain tells us that either there's a void in your life or there's something that you're avoiding, but that's not what the Six of Coins tells us on the elaboration. Really what it says is that there's a void in your life that you're hoping to fill. And it could be anything. It could be a sadness. Hey, Kalaivanissulk. Why does anybody have easy to pronounce usernames these days? Would you like a tarot reading? I'm doing them for free. The Six of Coins. It seems like you're trying to cry for help. And I don't mean that like, oh, you're weak or like you're you know, like you can't handle your own problems. But it seems like you're screaming into the void for anyone to call back to you. Okay? And it is not inverted. Weird. Okay. United in an endless knot of connectivity, we must learn to give without judgment and receive without shame. Like a living thing, this balance requires nurturing. Pay attention to where you are in this equation and make space for what is needed. So you need to get, it seems like you need to have some grace in this deliberation of whatever it is that you're trying to deal with. You can share that if you want. You don't have to. The cards don't lie. The cards don't lie. Nice to meet you too, Kalaivanissulk. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Harmony can be restored through awareness, action, and a generous heart. So you seem pretty distant. It seems like maybe you've been distant for a while. I don't know if this is a trauma response from something that you had to deal with in your past, but you distance yourself. You maybe say things that others don't like, or you have opinions that others don't share, and it puts you in your own kind of little bubble. And that creates a void in your life. It means that when you are given reciprocity for the things that you say or believe, you're driven further into your bubble. And when you are met with controversion or pushback, you escape back into your bubble, because stepping outside of your bubble is where you learn new things. I don't know if I've ever said this on stream, but if I can find a piece of paper to write on. Here we go. So this is very rudimentary, but this is like a really, really, really simple psychological thing. Here you are. That's you. You're so happy. You're a person. Here's your comfort zone. Now, your comfort zone is very safe. It's protective, and it keeps you, keeps you nice and warm and cozy. And knowledge exists outside of that. My handwriting is terrible, so just bear with me here. Knowledge exists outside of your bubble. You cannot learn anything new while you are inside this bubble. You have to step outside of it. You can step inside anytime you want, but you've got to step outside of it in order to learn new things. Guess where your social circle is? That's where social circles are. They're outside of your realm of comfort. So every time you hang out with a new friend, every time you meet someone new, every time you date someone new, all this kind of stuff, anytime you incorporate someone into your social circle, it drags you outside of your comfort zone. So you learn new things, you make new relationships, you develop new bonds, but you're outside of your comfort zone, which means that every new experience you gain is going to be uncomfortable for you. And there are some people who thrive in that, and there are some people who retreat back into the comfort zone. So what the Six of Coins tells me is that there's every possibility that you've been insular for a very long time. I don't know if it's your whole life. I mean, it seems like you're in your 20s, so statistically, for 20-somethings, this is pretty common, where you think you know everything. You think you're the only important person in the world, and it's not like, that's not a conscious thought. You're not just thinking to myself, I'm so fucking cool. You don't just walk around all day thinking that you're the only person in the universe. But you prioritize your feelings, you prioritize your comfort, you prioritize your safety over other concepts. And that might prevent you from learning. And so if you've done this for any length of time, the fountain tells me that there's a void in your life. That could mean that you've spent all this time staying inside your bubble and you haven't built any of those new relationships. Because the Six of Coins tells us, right, that everyone needs a little help sometimes. And that's the best way to reach that level of prosperity and happiness that the upturned foundation would show, fountain would show if you were content and happy. You get what I'm saying? So this is how you perceive what life could be. Contentment, happiness. But it also is a void when you pair it with this, the Six of Coins. Keeping all that in mind, what can you do once you confront your demons and step outside that comfort zone? Let's see what your potential is. I'm enough with the problems, right? Let's see what the potential is. God bless your heart. I know God will bless your life. May you be successful and content in life because you trust your maker. I don't have a maker. My maker was my mom and the man that she was impregnated by. Don't believe in God, so he can't bless my heart. Don't believe in God, so he can't bless my life. And there you go. The Lovers. Oh my God. Sonny Jim, you came in here skeptical, or you came in here to troll, but you may leave here with some pretty good blueprints on how to obtain something pretty fucking special. I hope you're still paying attention. Also, New All's World, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining the stream. We're doing some divining. So I hope you've got your rosaries ready. We may need an exorcism. Where the fuck is the Lovers? So you may have come in here to troll, Sonny Jim. But here you go. All right? I'm about to tell you who the fuck you really are, man. I hope you're fucking ready. We all have unexplainable moments of knowing or recognizing ourselves in a person or a place intuitively. I think I know what that void is. These moments of love are spiritual, like reuniting with a cosmic twin. They can restore balance and make us feel very happy. Unlike the title might suggest, the Lover's card is not primarily about passion or romance. When these moments of love occur, they are about a choice. Follow your head or follow your heart. Love is not always convenient, easy, or painless, but the possibilities that arrive from saying yes can bring lifelong joy in many areas. Follow your heart and choose love. The Lover's card means a choice, transformation, love, fulfillment of desires, a magical union, trust in one's heart, harmony. How does that resonate with you, Sonny Jim? Something tells me if you are the kind of person that I have already assumed that you are just from the shit that you've said since coming in here, you probably have a little bit of a love hole in your heart. And being kind and choosing love might help you fill it. But you got to step outside your comfort zone. You got to step outside that thing that makes you... If trolling in streams is what makes you happy now, you might need to let go of that. You might need to try and do some introspection, actually try to listen when people try to help you. Because that's, again, that's what the Six of Coins said. Says that you likely don't want to accept health, or help. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't like to ask for help. Like you think that you're like, no, I got it. I don't want to burden anyone else with my emotions, So transforming a little bit might help. Seems like the issue is your actual YouTube is Silly Goose's Spoofs. Oh yeah, it is supposed to be only one S. So that was a mistake in creating my channel address, actually. It's supposed to be only one S. Silly Goose's Spoofs. Silly Goose's Spoofs. So how do you feel, Jim or Sonny Jim? Was that do you think that was accurate? Do you think that was did it feel like it gave you a way to process something that you were trying to process in your brain? Did it remind you of maybe something that you haven't confronted yet and you're like, oh shit, that's totally what it is. And now you know exactly what to do? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions here. Normally we end at 1 o'clock, but today we're going to continue, because I started late, so we're going to continue up to like 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that. I don't like going right up to 3, because I usually like to have dinner cooking when my wife gets home so that I can sit down and enjoy myself and I don't have to be like, oh, I got to get up and I got to go do stuff. You know what I mean? Anyone else want a reading? Happy to do readings. They are all, you know, that was cool. Gave a lot of general stuff. Aha! You may be on to the secret of tarot. Aha! That is a Snatch reference. It's not an anti-Semitic statement. It's from the movie. All right, so if you're just joining, welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, the majority of you say that you're not going to subscribe to me, which is a little disappointing. 73% versus 27% that you don't plan on subscribing, which is... I could ask why the fuck you're here, but we all know. If you liked the tarot reading, if you understand that magic isn't real, then please give me a subscribe. You know, because there are plenty of people on here, like, you know, probably this guy, who have tens of thousands of subscribers. And I have yet to break 300. So if you think my information was good, if you think that I sound educated, or that I at least gave a good argument for why tarot isn't magical, then feel free to shoot a sub my way. I would love to share the message with many more people over time. So if you'd like a free reading, if you just joined, welcome. Please ask if you want a free reading. If you can just ask a question in chat, honestly, it really doesn't matter. If you don't have to officially say, give me a reading or anything like that. Just ask a question in chat if you want me to ask the cards, and I'll do that. Random questions are probably just 1 card draws. But, you know, if you give me like your age and a little information about you and a question you need to ask of the cards, that would probably be a little more specific. But it's kind of, it matches your energy, you know. If the cards, if you want to ask the cards if fucking, I don't know, someone's next movie is going to be any good, then feel free, but it'll be surface level. You know what I'm saying? If you want to ask if you're ever going to love again, that'll be a little more in depth. I might need a little more information about that, but either way, all these readings are free. They don't, I feel like I should probably put out a call to action to anyone who is joining to go and look at the tarot channels that do charge. Because I think it's like, they do charges for like super chats, and they say like, oh, a super chat for $1 is like a 1 card reading. Nobody should be making money off of this. It is a scam. I hate to pull back the curtain too far, but tarot is a scam. If someone is actually purporting to be able to tell you the future, or to be able to tell you anything about your stuff specifically, they are lying. If they claim that they can contact spirits, they are lying. If they claim they can channel, they are lying. If they claim that they can tie it into religion, like, oh, don't worry, Christians, it's okay, they're lying, because they can't even back that up. So yeah, if you see any streams out there with people that are offering to do tarot readings, send them my way, and don't let them pay for that. That would, again, one of my main goals is to make people happy, and to see people getting taken advantage of makes me unhappy. And so I want to make myself happy and help people that are potentially being taken advantage of by friggin' scammers. So yeah, send them I'm pink again. I'm a pinky demon. Look at me. Hello. I like being pink, I guess. What's up? All right, I'm going to go ahead and load this bowl. I haven't actually consumed any cannabis since the beginning of the stream, which is not very normal for me. Normally, I'm on my 2nd or 3rd by now. But it is that time. And it's time to indulge in a little bit of a hit of the bong. So if you're just joining, welcome. Hi, I'm Goose. Please tell me your experience with tarot. Do you think it's demonic? Do you think it's unholy? Do you think it's anti-Christian? And if so, why? I'd love to know. If you don't give a shit about whether it's anti-Christian or not, then hit me up with a question. Or just say hi. Engagement's fine too. If you just want to be like, yo, what's up, dude? I'll probably say, yo, what's up, dude, right back to you. Because I usually do. I'm a big fan of greeting people. I keep making myself sound like a real big nerd. I really do. Probably, Sonny Jim, as they can tell you, I mean, you kind of nailed it on the head when you said that was cool, gave a lot of general stuff. The cards don't lie because they can't. Because they give very vague information, it's very general, and it can apply to pretty much anyone at any time. Just like horoscopes, all that kind of stuff. What I do is called cold reading. I take what I know about you, just from whatever you've said in the chat, and I look at how the book interprets the cards, and then I make my own interpretation by trying to pair what's in the cards with what I know about you. So, which country do you live in? We'll do a 1-card pull for that. Since the poll is making me depressed, I'm going to go ahead and end that poll. I'm going to go ahead and put a new poll up. Hey, Adam. Do you like tarot? Do you like tarot? Do you want to get a free reading? Boom. We did it. I created a new poll. And now you get to decide whether or not you want a tarot reading. Because I'm tired of seeing this. Will you subscribe? 72% says no. Fuck off. God damn it, random strangers. You're supposed to be who, are the target demographic here, all right? Ireland. What do you want to know? You want to know if the conflict will ever stop? Or the troubles? You want to know if the troubles will ever stop? Sure, why not? As long as it doesn't hurt anyone. Why would it hurt anyone? What do you think tarot is? If you want a reading, just give me your rough age. It can be like an age group. It can be like, oh, I'm 19 to 31. It doesn't matter really. It just helps. It just helps the reading be more thorough. And you can give as much information or as little information as you want, but it's more helpful if you give more information. It really doesn't matter. And if you have a specific question, always a good idea. So just to answer your question, Sonny Jim, go ahead and cut this, pull a single card. It is the Wheel of Fortune. So I'm guessing you were talking about the troubles, because that's the Wheel of Fortune. It helps. I am 7-year-old. Okay. Did you want a tarot reading? Is that why you're telling me your age? If so, I'll wait, but I've got 2 people queued up right now. 23 and 8 months old. Thank you. Luca, I don't know why I'd need to be guided to any truth. I am an atheist. I don't believe that any God exists, and what we're doing here is not spiritual. It is X. Wheel of Fortune, unexpected change. So, again, I think maybe you are talking about... Oh, Luca, it's not haram because tarot is nothing but paper with drawings on it. That's all it is. And you're not divining anything. You're just using statistics and pattern recognition. So it's really just a scam. At worst, you could say it's a scam. At best, you could say it's a tool to help one process things. I'm 33. Thank you for letting me know your ages, guys. I appreciate it. I think we've gotten into a pattern now. I don't need all of your ages, just whoever wants a reading. Wheel of Fortune reminds us that life is never predictable and that change is inevitable and necessary. It is impersonal. Sometimes we are summiting the mountain and sometimes we are trudging through the valley. Either way, it is simply life. When Wheel of Fortune shows up in your reading, you are about to have a random encounter with a chance, and the outcome is unknown. Take it for what it is, without judgment or evaluation. In general, this is the best thing I could have said about what you call it, about the troubles. Take it for what it is without judgment or evaluation. In general, when the card is upright, the odds are in your favor, then reverse, not so much. Unexpected change, good fortune, luck, happiness, unforeseen joy, resolution of a concern, forward movement. Yeah! Yeah! You just got to move forward, man. And for wellness in general, for the nation as a whole, you just got to keep moving forward. I guess Brexit was the first step. I don't know. Yeah, cynical. I guess we're saying numbers. Luca, it's a scam. Well, people use it as a scam. So these, I don't know if you noticed, but this is paper. Do you see that? This is paper. It bends and I'm not going to tear it. It tears. It's paper. It has words and a picture on it. So if you say this doesn't mean anything, then you got to admit the Bible doesn't mean anything. And if you admit the Bible doesn't mean anything, you got to admit that the Torah and that the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita, like Bhagavad Gita. That's not a I don't remember what the. See, I don't know much about Eastern India or Eastern Asian religions. Religion is a scam, but not tarot. If it stay away neutral from using any religion, keep the positive vibe. Well, yeah. That's the whole idea of why I put the title the way that it was, because I'm going to prove to you guys that tarot is not religious or spiritual or magical, you know. Paper has meaning. It really doesn't. Unless you're talking about like legal documents. But I could, watch. Watch this. Prove me wrong. It's on paper. It's on paper. Can't disprove it. Can't disprove it. I'm performing miracles here too, so I'm just saying. Well, no, Luca. Religion doesn't teach you morals. Morals are there from the beginning of civilization. We know that killing is wrong. We know that, we actually oust people. We get people out of the community who are harmful to the community. So morals are not just from the Bible or from religious documents or anything like that. Morals are present in nature. Sorry, what now? We'll do it. But I believe someone else had asked for one. It was Adumd. Yeah, Adumd. Every religion offers good advice. Fear in form of hell. Fear's not a good motivator. It is a effective motivator, but it's not a good motivator. In the past, people practiced incests, killed and committed sacrifices. When are you talking about? Are you talking about before the Old Testament? If you're rich and well-connected, you can do whatever you want. True. That is what Donald Trump says. Religion forbade those practices. Killing was wrong back then. Even then. Even if you're to assume that the earth is only 6,000 years old and that whatever existed before the times of the Old Testament, killing was still wrong. So, I mean, that's not to mention the fact that God himself endorses slavery. God himself endorses beating your slaves. God himself told you that young innocent women deserve to die, that teens deserve to die for making fun of somebody, that what else? I mean, like, I don't know. God said some pretty terrible shit. And so Christianity in particular has been used as a cudgel to enforce lots of different stuff. Like real bad stuff. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. He's very specifically does in the Bible. If you want, I don't know the Quran, but I believe you guys, don't you guys take the Old Testament or part of that or something? Something is connected there. I don't remember what it is, but God in Christianity very specifically instructs slavery. And it's all Abrahamic religions, right? So it's all the same God, more or less. Religion is psychologically good. No, it's not. It is psychologically oppressive. You're not allowed to have free thought, meaning you can't be non-religious if you are considered a part of religion. You can't just not believe in God. You can't just take parts out of the Bible that you don't agree with. Then you would no longer be a part of that religion. So no, it is actually a pair of shackles, if anything. We believe in the original Injil, but it's been corrupted. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Did it support slavery? Did your God at any point say you may take slaves from the nations around you, or that you can beat your slaves or anything like that? If not, then the Bible would objectively be a worse document. But I have a feeling that a lot of those manuscripts were shared. Because you guys all take duality from the one first religion, right? Which is like Zoroastrianism. The Quran is the final version, not corrupted. No document is uncorruptible. So that's not a thing. Yeah, I don't know what point you're trying to make. It forbids you from harming or killing innocents. No. Human nature forbids you from harming or killing innocents, women, children, old people, and trees and animals. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you saying that if you didn't have the Quran, you'd be murdering and raping everybody? That's a bit of a self-report, and not a good point to make. Jews refer to Christians as Notzrim and Avodah Zarah, which means idolatry and worship of idols, referring to pagan practices. I mean, it's not very hard to see what pagan practices Christianity took on as their own. It started out as a cult. Like, come on. Luca, my goal is never to disprove religion, because everyone can justify God philosophically. That's not what my goal is. My goal is to maintain my own lack of faith and to give people whatever information that I can, that I've learned along the way, to maybe allow them to make their own educated choice. I actually do consume a lot of religious materials, so Sikh Uthman, I will look up. But again, nobody can prove that Islam is the truth. Nobody can prove that Christianity is the truth. Nobody can prove that Judaism is the truth. Nobody can prove that any religion is the truth, because religion is made by man. Hey, can I talk to y'all about Jesus? Sure. You're giving me engagement, so say whatever you want. Go off, Queen. Sorry, David, or whatever your name was. Adamd. I'm sorry. I've been stalling. Give me. I will do your 3-card read here. I apologize. Well, no. See, Luca, the problem with religion is that if you don't follow that religion, you go to whatever that interpretation of hell is. And so if I'm to just convert, and if I'm to just be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, I'll take that into consideration. You would have to be like, well, no. You have to be a part of my religion, or else you're going to hell. And it's like, okay, I mean, Adamdu, say it like a caveman. I don't know what that means. Say it like a caveman. Adamdu. Is that right? Zoroastrianism was actually the first monotheistic religion, but no one talks about it. It wasn't the first monotheistic religion. There were a couple of gods. I almost remember the name. This is haram. What is haram? Talking on the internet? Yep, Allah bless you with free will. You have no choice, or you have the choice to either get to heaven or hell. No, you have no choice. You have no choice, actually. What that means is that if you don't choose God, you go to hell. Just like school, you study to pass or not. No, you don't die if you fail school. You don't get into eternal suffering if you fail out of school. You maybe have to go to like a military school or boarding school, whatever your parents send you to. But you don't get killed and then thrown into a lake of fire. You look like Vince Gilligan. I will take that as a fucking crazy ass compliment. Thank you so much. I will try to embody that. Ooh. So I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Adamdu. Starboy the Night. You're right. You do require faith if you want to be religious, which means you can't prove anything. Adamdu. Seven of Swords. So I don't know what your question is, Adamdu. I'm just guessing. All right. Maybe this question isn't what you actually ask. Maybe it's what you mean to ask. Bhagavad Gita. God damn it. Thank you. I was trying to say Bhagavad Gita, but I didn't know if I was saying it correctly. So thank you. The pharaoh Akhenaten actually denounced all other gods and mandated worship only Ra, making that the first known monotheistic religion. No, Mr. Bucket. I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Zoroastrianism was around long before Egypt. Long before Egypt. One of the first religions ever was Zoroastrianism. We can't ever agree on which one was the first, but it was right there along the first Abrahamic religion. I would like to go to hell, but that assumes there's an afterlife. Well, yeah, I mean, if you, like me, don't believe that there's an afterlife, but the reason I'm using that as an argument is because religious people always talk to you about how much God loves you and about how everyone's, oh, it's all love, it's all peace. But if I don't become a part of that religion, I go to whatever their hell is. If I'm gay, I go to the Christian hell. If I'm trans, I go to the Christian hell. If I choose just to live my life and never know God, I'm going to hell. You see what I'm saying? So it's religion, and it's like, oh, come to us, we love you, but they're putting a gun to your head to do it. And at the very end of everything, it's like, oh, no, we don't do that. God gives you free will. Well, no, God's omnipresent, omniscient. He can make the rule that says that you go to hell if you're any of those things. Not a thing. He can choose not to make that a rule. You guys are the ones who are championing God's rule by saying, oh, no, he's all knowing. He's all powerful. He's all loving. He did that. He's the one that made sure that we all get to live a good life by what? Exiling whole entire groups of people? Not it. I don't know about you. If you're a pussy, if you're like a little fucking bitch and you need to cow down to an authoritative figure and say like, oh, daddy, I need to be part of your exclusive club, then more power to you. But I'm stronger than that. Sorry. Not in the Episcopal Church. You're right. Hell yeah. And Lutheran too. But you have to omit parts of the Bible. Right? Zoroastrianism began early as 1500 to 1000 BC. I'm going to say it was way earlier than that. Akhenaten ruled the 14th century. Yeah. All right, so Adam Du. The first card that we pulled for you is a 7 of Swords. And I don't know what question you're asking. I'm just going to have to guess it. I'm going to have to interpret it from my divine mystical powers. Ooh, I'm a witch. Ooh, I'm casting spells. Ooh, I have a familiar in the form of a couple of dogs. That doesn't work. To be fair, Buddhism might have Naraka, but you can't go there because of divine judgment, and you go there because of karmic consequences. Can I ask, by the way, what are the chances I become like famous and shit? Yep. I'll do you after what now? To be fair, Buddhism might have... the Episcopal Church is accepting of all and everything that most other Christian religions do not accept. We still learn 100% of normal Bible teachings. But do you follow all the Bible teachings? Do you still think that being gay is an abomination? If they don't tell us which Bible we have to read, I asked before I converted and they said whichever one you understand. Yeah. Jesus loves you and the only way to get to heaven is to repent. Right, exactly. Holding a gun to my head. Saying that I have to be religious or else I don't get to have a good afterlife. Do you see how that's holding a gun to my head? Comply or die, motherfucker! Comply or die! Worship me or fucking die! Not exactly a good way to be. Alright, so again, Adam Du, I don't know what you're trying to ask, but we're going to get there. Like the intention of this thief, the meaning of the 7 of Swords relies on the circumstances, other cards, surrounding it. All right, so this one already directly tells us that it's going to be connected to the other cards we pull. So that's good to know. That's good to know. I'll set them up. Boom. Depending on the context, his actions could represent dishonesty or bravery. In any case, a risk is involved and he must deal with the unexpected. In intense moments like these, Burped, sorry. Be conscious of your values and which one you employ. There are times when you may have to grab the blades to succeed, but knowing your objectives and your motives will minimize the damage. Okay. Let me put my interpretive muscles to work here. So it seems like that's inverted too. Good advice or counsel, justice, uncertainty. So you need advice on something, is what it seems like. Adamdu. It seems like you need advice. It sounds like you are gearing up for a time of tribulation, some kind of a challenge that you need to overcome, and you're not necessarily coming to me for advice, but you're just kind of looking for advice in general. That's why the other cards are going to be important. Depending on the context, actually might represent honesty and bravery. Yeah, so this could be a brave transition you're trying to make. It could be just a run-of-the-mill, I need to do this to make myself happy sort of thing. But there is some amount of advice or like some kind of, some kind of direction that you're looking for to move forward. Now the hurdle. It said they were going to be directly related to each other. So this is the hurdle. We are looking at the Page of Swords, inverted. The American Christianity is just propaganda, true. The Jesus in the Bible was a bro, no gays, freedom of speech, synagogue of Satan, etc. But theocrats added hedonism and paradoxes. Okay. Sure. It's not religion, it's relationship. Well, no, it is specifically a religion. It's your choice, twin, to either believe in God or go to hell. That doesn't seem like a choice. Can you explain like I'm a 10-year-old caveman? No, I'm sorry, I can only explain to the level that I understand, and you're gonna have to just interpret what I'm saying from the stuff that I say. I'm sorry. I'll try to explain it in many different ways. With or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. That's pretty much the crux of humanity, is that everyone is capable of being corrupted, even the religious. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion, typically. Yep, slavery in America was justified through the Bible. Manifest Destiny was justified through the Bible. The Civil War over slavery was justified because that's their divine right to own slaves. Yeah. The Bible was used to justify the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades. The Bible was often used to justify Hitler's hatred for the Jews. He also instituted his own state church, which was Christian. And then you got the Westboro Baptist Church, who uses the Bible to justify pretty much everything. And all the people who use the Bible to justify the monstrous decisions they make in our leadership. I bet you pull some wild alt chicks. Oh, Skippy, you wound me. I'm happily married, but I used to date only goth girls. Sorry, I'm just experiencing some deep nostalgia. Anywho, the Page of Swords. Stuck in my own brain here for a moment. The Page of Swords is one of those youths who's almost too smart for his own good. Some whisper the word prodigy, like a blur of information. He wants to know everything now. Others less insightful than him would be annoying, but he learns quickly and shares it all, logically, thoughtfully, and freshly. Though he is just beginning to find his own truth in the world, his vision is dead on. He's got something to say and he's ready to say it, full of insight and confidence. Unfortunately, this is inverted. An inability to cope with the unexpected, a fraud, ill-preparedness, childish cruelty, vulnerability or weakness, unfortunate circumstances. So it seems like, because this depends on the other cards around it, you're looking for an answer about something, you're looking for advice, but you kind of have your own preconceived notion of what that answer is going to be, and you really don't want to listen to a lot of other opinions about it. And here's what's going to end up happening because of that. Number 6. Number 6. No, that's number 4. See, I told you, I do not do Roman numerals very well. It almost looks like I'm dyslexic. The Emperor, a symbol of fatherly authority, the Emperor stands powerfully on his earthly foundation. manipulating an airy cube above him. It's what's depicted in the picture, but it's still pretty weird. With his head at the center, he uses intelligence to create order and structure of his surroundings. Grand achievements are not built overnight. They require a mature coordination of foresight, planning, and bold fearlessness. The Emperor declares that now is the time for exerting control over the situation, defining limits, and showing confidence in one's abilities. Structure from chaos, self-awareness, control and coordination, skillful execution, a confident leader, protection, and virility. So, honestly, dude... Well, what now is next? Helon, what now is next? You'll be after him. Honestly, it seems like you seek advice or clarity on something. You're usually not willing to take other people's input, but if you are able to do so, you're going to be powerful. You're going to be the next person who people come to for advice, essentially, is what that's saying. So I hope you enjoyed that. If you found it helpful, please do a subscribe for me, or throw a like on the video. That would be awesome, because again, the majority of the poll is saying no, and all I'm asking is if you want a tarot reading. All right, what now? Here we go. Do you have a question you wanted to ask, or you just said that you were like 33? But if you had a question you wanted to ask, I'm happy to field that. But Adam Du, how was it? Did you like it? Was it accurate? Did you find it gave insight into whatever it is you're dealing with or experiencing? I hope so. That was the goal. All right, Mr. What Now? Are you still in the chat? Because these cards are calling your fucking name, good sir. Whoop. I asked whether I could be famous. Hell on, give me a fucking second. As soon as I can determine. Actually, I'll give What Now the time it takes for me to... Oh, sweet. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm even studying clinical psychology. Fuck yeah. You see what I'm saying? The cards don't lie. Ketamine therapy. Yes. I don't even need to pull you cards. I can just say yes. Yes, you need to continue with it. Don't overdose. Don't become addicted, but yeah. If you find yourself going into a K-hole way too often, you probably need to get out of there. You don't have to have a question, man. I can just determine one from the psychic juices that are flowing around in the air. You know, I can just be like, that's your question. Easy peasy. Fart in your hand and eat it like a sandwich. Oh man, if I had that talent, that's literally what I would be doing. Okay, Swamp Butt, you can't even imagine. Batman won't leave me alone. I'm getting a restraining order. I would too. I would too. All right. Ten of Cups, inverted. Let me just let you absorb that for a moment. I love it. It is the best. Ketamine is very useful for therapy. It actually does a lot of what this stuff does, especially if you can't process stuff. It does a lot of what this stuff does. Helps you process shit. Helps you bring shit into the forefront of your mind so that you can actually consciously process it. Very cool. Just if you haven't been here before, please take note that I am turning off the face cam. It really is just to hit the bong, as I have not done so today. So I just need to do that real quick, and then we can continue on with What Now's reading. But if you're following along in your 10 Cups of Vodka is what I start my day with. Fuck yeah, Cool Tony. You really are the Cool Tony. And you spell Tony like how a woman spells it. Which is also cool. I like to start my day with a nice bong rip and a very large cup of coffee. In fact, I tend to go way more than just one cup of coffee. I go like 5 or 6 cups of coffee. 5 or 6 big cups of coffee. All right, I'm about to smash this bowl. Smoke them if you got them. 420's happening somewhere. Shabba ding dong doo. Enjoy. Temu, no, what the hell's wrong with you? I bought them from Amazon. Well, cool, Tony. I actually have ADHD, so the faster I speed up, the better my mind works. Because it's often working too fast and needs to be slowed down. Look at my hairy arm. Hello. Hello, hairy arm. Yeah, dabbing's good. Dabbing is, I thought that I needed to in order to keep my neighbors, like, not upset at me. But I guess I didn't know at the time. I actually didn't start smoking weed till I was like 30. I didn't know at the time, but I guess weed smoke actually doesn't stick around on your walls and your curtains and stuff. And I'd only ever smoked cigarettes and lived in a house with a cigarette smoker. So I tried to take it outside and I was like, this isn't sustainable. I can't do that. I can't, like, there's no way that I can just like go outside every time I need to smoke a bowl. Ridiculous. And so I started dabbing, and I mean, that was fine, whatever. Listen, all of you, our lives are useless because the heat death in the universe is going to end the world universe. Is it going to end the world or the universe? Same thing when I'm driving drunk. The more I drive, the better I drive. There are a lot of people who think that. Yeah, marijuana smoke only really lasts around 4 hours. I had no idea. Didn't know. Thought I was gonna stink up the apartment and that it was gonna be like permeating everything. Nah, it was only when I started working with cannabis that I was like, oh, I'm just stupid. Or I guess inexperienced. I ain't smoked enough weed, I guess. Sorry, I'm just cleaning the piece while it's hot because otherwise it will not be fun to clean. We will then talk about the Ten of Cups. Also, smoking it for some reason, the only way that I cough. Like, when I'm dabbing, I don't. Yeah, that's a point of pride. Yeah, toxic masculinity right there. Why is it so sunny? It was supposed to be cloudy today. This is disappointing. I thought it was going to be cloudy. Fuck. This actually gives me an excuse to take my dogs out. Ugh. I'll fit it in. Jesus was in the Epstein files. He would he would have been. Probably with how the Bible talks about child brides and stuff. I once flipped my truck, dude. Did you die? Did you survive? Legit. You could be a spirit for all I know. All right, so sorry, I'm noticing that I'm oily. Very oily. Here's a peek behind the scenes. Oh yeah, that's good stuff right there. Yeah, getting all them oils up. Mmm. Yes, sir. All right, Ten of Cups. Here we go. Sorry for the delay. What now? We are back to what now? Two people balance with each other harmoniously. A light shining brightly from the stillness of their hearts, the Ten of Cups pays tribute to the struggles and victories of relationships, but more importantly to the trust and commitment within them. The Ten of Cups represents empathy, emotional maturity, and a willingness to build something with someone over a period of time. Something that honors each of the participants. Considered a very favorable card relating to romance and home life. It is a gift in any reading, except when it's reversed. Friction disharmony, strained or lost relationships, conflict, and grief. The Bible doesn't talk about child brides? Do you want to read it? Do you want to read it and get back to me? Because how old are women when they get their first period? Are they legally considered women yet? Just saying. Duh, of course I survived. How am I supposed to know? I'm not psychic? Oh, fuck. Ah, shit! God, fuck, 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 now you're all gonna leave. Fuck! Toffee's world cute. Where are you from? I am from America. And I live in America. I dream of America. I don't remember the rest of that speech. I had a daughter, and she was beaten up by a boy, and they got away with it. Yeah, so the Ten of Cups is, it can be, I guess, a good thing or a bad thing, or like it's mostly about, well, it's when it's reversed, it's mostly about like friction, really, just like things rubbing each other the wrong way. I don't, that sounds way more innuendo than I'm trying to get at. Conflict. You're dealing with some drama. All right. Now your hindrance. Now here's your hurdle. Here's where your main problem is. I once lived in an abandoned trailer park with a bunch of hobos. That was right after I flipped my truck. Okay. Hell on, just give me one more minute. I'm so close. We're so close. I'm sorry that I'm taking so long. Next card. Oh god, it's the fountain again. Oh jeez. But this one's good. This actually gives me way more insight into you, okay? You're 33. You're about where I was when I was this way, when I was the fountain way. You're in your comfort zone. You're in a rut and you're in your comfort zone. And how's that working out for you? So you feel at peace. You feel comfortable. You feel... And that could be in the presence of the drama, which means maybe you're like a drama queen. Maybe you get a little bit of endorphin rush when someone comes at you with conflict. Maybe it's all about a passion thing with you, you know? Maybe that sort of fuels the fire to your relationships. It's entirely possible. Fountain says that you fucking love this shit. That you're here for the conflict, that you're here for the drama. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I don't think that's necessarily going to harm your relationships. We'll know on the third pull, but oneness, a moment of cosmic clarity, fully awake, the end of seeking, really, again, enlightened being, surrender to that which you are, whole and perfect. Really, this just means that you've settled into it. And it could be a codependent thing. It could be a thing like, maybe it could be with a friend or a family member or something that you just like, you guys just love to hate each other. But that's what this tells me is what you're dealing with right now. So that's your hurdle. If you guys can't get past the pettiness, if you can't get past the little jabs and japes at each other, you're probably not going to be able to move forward. But let's see what might happen in your future, huh? How about that? Uh-oh. Inverted's never good. I think inverted's only good in like some respects. Oh, isolation is what you love? Well, there you go. That says it. Swords. Come on, swords. Where you at? Sorry, I'm stoned now. You guys saw that. You knew that you knew I was doing it. So don't be surprised if I love you for all that you are. I couldn't help it. It's on you. If you guys like karaoke and bad singing, then go over to Twitch and sub with what your Amazon Prime or whatever. I think it's still like only $4 or $5, something like that. Sub over there. If I get 20 subs, I'm going to do a 3-hour, when my voice comes back, I'm going to do a 3-hour long karaoke stream. And I'm going to do a vote just before that, where we're going to decide if I'm going to do the entire Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Coming Out of Our Shell tour performance. I'm going to memorize it. I'm going to put it up on the green screen. And I'm going to try and do the dances and shit while I'm singing the songs, because that was one of my favorite things growing up. Or just 3 hours of regular karaoke. That was anticlimactic. I'm sorry. I couldn't make that sound more exciting in the last second. I tried. I did try. Knight of Swords. Oh, I'm not the King of Swords. Knight of Swords. If knights are heroic, restless, and fancy themselves invincible, the Knight of Swords is all of these things, amplified. Representing the adolescent spirit, his intentions are pure and passionate, but they can be impulsive, quick-tempered, and at times careless. We're really dovetailing here. We're dovetailing. I wish I had like a soundboard where I could make a sound like a dove, because we are dovetailing. Yep. He loves a good mental challenge, but he doesn't like wasting time. If an idea is practical, thoughtful, and well-planned, are you maybe a bit autistic? That's not an insult. You think maybe you might be a bit autistic on the spectrum? Because this is, I'm looking in a mirror here. If an idea is practical, thoughtful, or well-planned, he will navigate the most tangled of obstacles, see? To assist achieving creative and rapid, but perhaps risky success. I'm getting chills because I feel like it's describing me too. Meaning is, oh, it's inverted. Apathy. Self-righteousness. Goddamn. Thoughtlessness, arrogance, unreliable. Holy shit. Extravagance and trivia. Don't become me. Don't do it. Change your ways. Don't get into fun little fights. Don't be peaceful with the... Don't enjoy the drama. Don't enjoy the drama. Overcome it, and then you won't be like me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not an example. I'm the result. If that doesn't scare you straight, nothing will. All right? You're only 7 years younger than me. That's still time to change, but it's not a lot of time. Oh, didn't mean to throw that down. TBI. Totally bitchin', Ignacio. Turner Broadcasting Incorporated. Yes, Hellon. You said you wanted to know about like what success and stuff. What was your question that you needed? You needed fielded. What was that? What was that gravy? What was that sauce? What was that special flapjack? Do you know Gabe Owners? I don't know what that is, but welcome, Happy Chappy. Hershad. Rich and famous. Will you be rich and famous? I'm gonna say probably not, but we'll consult the cards. I'm gonna say probably not. Only a very small percentage of people ever become rich and famous. It's something like 1% of all humanity. You know? Do you think Rasputin still wanders this realm as a spirit? In all likelihood. In all likelihood. He's probably reincarnated. Ah, my cards! He was probably reincarnated as like Aleister Crowley and shit. Or L. Ron Hubbard. So on point, bro. Freaked me out. You know, hey, it's if I can get you less freaked out, then can you just click on the subscribe button if you haven't already? And you know, in doing that, oh, traumatic brain injury. Wow. So there was a disquieting in the humors, apparently, or a personality shift. A lot of people, you know, that's the thing happened with John Fetterman, where he was like, rah, 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 the squad, and all that kind of stuff. And then he, should we find him and bring him to the other side? This side, or why do they have to be in different realms? You know, can't the spirits just kind of be here with us? I don't know. Be kind of cool. I mean, if you remember the scene from Ghostbusters, then it'd be very cool. Ha ha ha! Ho hi-yo! Hey! Ho ho! Hoo-hee-ha-hoo-hi-ho! Ha! Oh, he said it. He went there. He did it. John Fetterman is a gross person. One could say that flipping sides and selling out your entire base is probably a bad thing. Rasputin banged your ex-wife. I don't know how to interpret that. All right, hell on. Here we go. I'm thinking Randy Fine, John Fetterman is okay. Fucking weirdo. Skippy, I don't know if you're here to troll, but it's such a gentle trolling. I've never been handled so gently before, you know? Like, let's talk about WoW. I'd be happy to. What? Like you're like the reverse troll, I guess. Like you're giving me the things that I want that fuel me or that make me happy. But you're also weird. Skippy, are you weird in real life, or is this where you vent all your weirdness? Blah. All right. Now, Hellon, you may not actually be wanting to know if you're going to be rich and famous. You may just be struggling with the idea of maybe like mortality, financial status. What I have to read into your question, right? I have to read into why you're asking this as the magical interpretation person, right? That's my job. And so I have to assume that if you're asking this question, it's because you want to be rich and famous, because you want to be secure and you want to be protected and you want to be happy and you want to have to not worry about shit. That's my assumption. I think it's a safe assumption. But you may not realize that. You know, you may think like, gosh, I wish I were rich and famous. But it might be that surface level. It might just be like, boy, I wish I was rich and famous. But do you see how it kind of like helps when I interpret? It helps me to read this and interpret the right thing from this. From that. I forget I can motion to these things with a green screen. Look at the sun. Isn't it beautiful? Look at it. Marcus Hill, God bless you, homie. I don't believe in God, but I'll take the blessing. I assume that it's meant in good faith. So there you go. I will accept it, and thank you very much for the blessing. Hope all is good with you and your family. So far, yeah. I haven't had a worse day yet this year. Like, I haven't yet gone, this is the worst day of the year. Like, I haven't yet done that. And that usually happens, like, after something bad happens. So nothing bad has happened, and, you know, knock on wood, I don't want it to, but so far things have been okay. I don't know. Hopefully that continues. I make music. I'm really inspired by Playboy Cardi. I am actually a producer, and the guy who I produce for has recently collabed with Wiz Khalifa, who's a really big rapper. I'm familiar. So let's see. Sorry, I've got both resin and phlegm. You've got to deal with it. Good stuff. Each their own, but it's all love. Absolutely. Too addicted Nat. Boy! Nikola Tesla definitely wanders his realm as a spirit. Slinky, what the fuck? What are we talking about? 8 of Wands. I opened to the right page immediately. When the 8 of Wands enters, I all of a sudden got very drunk. I've got mush mouth. You guys like that sound? Are you into ASMR? I can do that all day long. Are you guys done yet? It was a sexual joke. He made a sexual joke. He made a sexual joke. That's NSFW. That's a Wojak, right? Right? I know stuff. That's an old reference, isn't it? Do you mean cockmouth? Potentially. I've never sucked a dick before, but I don't think I'd be opposed to it if I was single and looking to mingle. You gotta try everything once, right? Beating my wife is also an SFW. It would be. Isn't that weird though that 60% of cops do that? Sorry, back to the... This wasn't supposed to be political. I made it that way. I'm the one that did it. God damn it. When the Eight of Wands enters your reading, expect velocity, swift developments, and rapid conclusions. A long journey is almost over, and it is inevitable that you will reach your destination, but stay alert. They say that the closer you are to home, the more prone you are to accidents. That's my comfort zone thing that I was talking about earlier. With some nimble handling of the controls, you will steer this train competently, quickly, and efficiently into the station. I don't know why it used such an extensive train metaphor, but it is apt. Oh, because it looks like railroad tracks. Or because it looks like railroad tracks. I didn't realize. You can't see the whatever those are called. You can't see them. I don't know why that's important right now. I don't know. Thomas Edison was a fucking thief! He was a goddamn thief! Alexander Graham Bell. Piece of shit! You guys remember what the first words ever spoke on the telephone were? Hello, can you hear me? Where does he come up with this stuff? Yes, Helon, this reading is for you. Were you freaking listening? Okay, how about him? I just said that. I covered him. Piece of shit. All philanderers. According to the goddamn Illuminati. According to the words of Jesus Christ in Matthew 7:22-23, some will claim they cast out demons and did miracles in his name, but he will reject them, saying, I never knew you, depart from me. Interesting, considering what a snake oil salesman Jesus himself was. Real interesting. Well, good, Helon. Good. I'm glad you were paying attention, because we're saying real important stuff here, all right? Real important stuff. It's about something about a railroad. It says things are going to happen rapidly. That things are happening quickly for you with the Wiz Khalifa thing. You know, trying to ramp up your popularity or your experience, your profession, whatever, your status within the community. You are seeing things occur quickly. You're making decisions. You are calling shots, and the question or intent is all about that. It's all about, oh, things are moving rapidly. Am I going to be able to handle it? Kind of thing. This will be your hurdle. The Two of Wands. Ever read Mein Kampf? No, I have not. Can't say I've had the pleasure. The Two of Wands represents two choices. Both of the options are sound, but you only have enough energy to develop one well. If you take too long to decide, you will lose the opportunity. When the Two of Wands appears in your reading, it tells you that you have enough information, and that now is the time to act. Follow your bliss, trust your instincts, and pick boldly. It is true that you become the choices you make, but first you must make the choice. And it is not in reversal. Choice between equal opportunities, optimism, boldness, great energy, imminent fulfillment, a well-balanced person. The world is in your hands. So, I mean, I can interpret that as good, right? I don't know. I think it feels like perhaps you're making good decisions, and perhaps the only hurdle to you is figuring out which decisions to make. Which bag do you want to take? Do you want the bag that comes with the Bugatti, or do you want the bag that comes with the Bulgari? Bulgari. You know, you want a McLaren? Get a McLaren, man. You want a fucking Maserati? Get a Maserati. Just whatever you do, do it. And then this won't even be a hurdle. This will just be memories. Last but not least, the Ace of Wands. Now that probably is pretty good, right? I'm assuming. We shall see. Passionate energy. Well, I got a good feeling about you, my friend. I got a good feeling about you, okay? Let me read this out to you. The Ace of Wands is a gift of fiery passion and enthusiasm, a hot flash of focused intention. This card is about will and determination, creating or destroying something to bring about transformation. Whether your interest is spiritual, mental, or physical, you will have the strength and the inspiration to move your goals forward. Like all aces, however, there is only a brief moment to seize this opportunity. Find your courage and make your move. Strong beginnings, a burst of soul energy, new life, passions discovered, inspiration, bold steps forward. That's what the potential outcome is of you just kind of continuing doing what you're doing. Honestly, it seems like you're on a good path forward. You're increasing your visibility and your platform all at once. And it sounds like if the people you're collabing with are helping you along the way, then you're gonna get where you need to go pretty quickly. I don't care about cars. I love Playboy Cardi. I recently went to his concert, and man, I was backstage with him. I shook his hand. It was crazy. Isn't it funny how like transformative experiences like that have such a strong effect on people? It's like just seeing a person that you respect, like in like real life outside of media, can just be like really life changing and stuff. You know, I don't know. It's cool. It's like it is like magic. It's like it's really inspiring. And I haven't had any really recent. I don't know if you guys knew who Bill Oakley is, but he's local, and he worked on The Simpsons. He's a food guy. He does food reviews now and stuff. But he was one of like the original guys who made The Simpsons, and I was a big fan of his for a long time. But I was talking to him about food stuff, so I wasn't really like, I don't know. I this isn't a brag, but like I don't get all like crazy and like stumble over stuff when people like when I meet famous people. Like I'm not starstruck. I don't get starstruck. I don't know. To a certain extent, I guess, but I guess maybe I'm just really good at hiding anxiety. But I mostly this what you see on YouTube is not or on YouTube, not just, you know, what you see on the stream is not just like a persona that I'm putting on. Like, I don't think a lot of people do that on YouTube, but there are definitely some, and you can see that, just kind of like how they switch themselves on. Anyway, but you know, like, I don't know. I don't get crazy. What's a tarot though? Never got it. What is a tarot? You met the Simpson guy, like, bro, you should have asked him how he predict all that shit. It really is just the law of averages. We live in a society where certain things are pretty predictable. And hindsight, I mean, this has to do with the Bible too. Hindsight can account for a lot of gaps in knowledge. So what is tarot? Tarot is a deck of cards, just like a TCG. That's right, I'm current. I may be old, but I don't sound old all the time. It is like a card game or a TCG. And although there's no collectible cards, so I guess maybe it isn't like a TCG. Anyway, the point is, it's a deck of cards, and you basically, if I was to not ruin the mystery for you, it's basically a thing that can tell the future, can predict your future. And you can ask the deck a question, but it will generally be able to tell its own way about what kind of question or concern you have or what you're trying to figure out. I lay them out in 3 cards right next to each other, and we just go from one by one, and that's it. It's really easy. It's just very, very chill. But the big disclaimer to make to Christians who might be watching is that this is not magic. Divination is not a real thing. You're not worshiping anybody. You're not calling upon any actual spirits. There is no such thing as magic. That's why I do readings for free, because there are people on here who charge for them, and you should not be charging for someone's fucking woo-woo stick self-promotion factory, okay? Usually scripts written by AI and shit. So you want to try and make it so that you can not get taken advantage of. I want to try to make it so that you cannot get taken advantage of, because this shit is the same as Ouija. It's just for funsies. It's just it's a piece of paper with some fucking pictures on it. Yeah, I can do one for you. Jatine, is it Jatine? Can you just tell me your age? Age range is fine. I don't need an exact number, but just kind of like what generation you're in would help. The TAR is representing the years of smoking. Oh, the TAR is representing the years of smoking, and the OT is God over time divided by the ego? What? You broke my brain on that one. You broke my brain. And Jatine, if you happen to have, I hope I'm saying your name right, if you happen to have like a question that you want to ask, like if there's something going on in your life you're trying to figure out, but if not, we can just draw the card and it'll tell us. Usually gets it pretty right. Lord Mushroom Protection activated. What? Two of Coins. You actually be the last reading today. If you guys do want a reading, though, please sub and like and all that. Just find a way to get notified when I go live, and then you can just get a reading whenever. They're free. I don't charge. Again, spread the word, because like I really don't want people to get taken advantage of by scammers who actually will, like, you know, try to charge like for super chats for like readings and stuff. Don't pay for that. Magic is not real. There is no such thing as magic. There is no such thing as, like, this is a tool. Okay? It's a tool. All right. So, Two of Coins. And again, I'm not going to ruin the mystery yet. I'll explain why this works when I'm done. That way you got to stick around. All right, Two of Coins. And I think you said you were 18. Yep. All right, let me get my spiritual mind juices squishy. All right, nice and squishy, just for the transference of spiritual energies. Heat 50, Jesus loves you. Thank you. I don't believe in Jesus, but again, I will assume that without Jesus, your life is meaningless. That feels a little insulting. I don't believe in Jesus, but I will assume that you're trying to be kind, and I will take the blessing. This is pure witchcraft. Well, no, witchcraft doesn't exist. There is no such thing as magic, so I don't know why you would just ignore that, but okay. Two of Coins. In the midst of a swiftly flowing current, a man juggles 2 desires successfully, but his solution is temporary and unsustainable. Submerged under the water, his clarity is questionable at best. For now, he still has both coins, but neither of them is securely in his palm. The Two of Coins invites you to look at where you are maintaining balance in your real-world affairs, but keep getting exhausted. You can keep it up for quite a while, but it might be time to consider relinquishing one of those goals for now. So it seems like you have a bit of a choice that you're weighing. I don't know if it sounds important. Meaning a struggle for balance, need for clarity, an impending choice, juggling instead of handling responsibilities, determination, cloudy reasoning, inefficiency. So I mean, it sounds like you're dragging your fucking feet on something. in so many words. It sounds like you are trying, you're being tasked, you've been tasked with a decision to make, seemingly important, judging from, it sounds very certain. So it sounds like there's some weight to this decision. So you're trying to make a decision, and you're dragging your feet. And so that's the intent here. And we can't, I don't know if I can read a specific question from the intent, but the intent's good enough. That helps us. Does that sound accurate? There's a decision. Is there like a thing that's weighing on you that you're trying to either let go of or hold on to? And yeah, I think I already explained it pretty well. So, well, I am though, so I could say it's kind of true. There you go. Cool. Let's pull the next card. The next card is the Magician. And the second card that you pull is, sorry, the first card's the question or the intent. This oftentimes will not have something, it may have something to do with the question you ask. It may just be that we're determining the question. The second card is what's standing in your way, the hurdle, you know, like the things that you will have to overcome in order to get to the third card. I can just put that right here. The Magician. As the first guide on the journey to enlightenment, the Magician reveals the new symbols of the suits, the tools from which anything can be created: wands, swords, cups, and coins. The Magician advises that all new creations, if they are to succeed, let me drink some water real quick, require more than just skill. They require faith in the unknowable, a magical energy. He urges you to speak aloud with what it is that you want and to will it into existence, releasing it from the world of mere hopes and thoughts. The Magician assures that through discipline and surrender, you can become the connection between the earthly and the divine. Meaning, a promising new idea or creation, willpower and discipline, taking appropriate action, possibility, imagination, self-confidence, freedom. Now, that's interesting. So, I mean, it sounds like you're weighing some options over something important, but you're dragging your feet. And this means that you haven't yet developed the discipline to take the next step, to take the appropriate action. But then again, it also says something about self-confidence, freedom, and imagination. So maybe you've got a high opinion of your creativity or your left brain. I don't know. I don't know where that fits in. But let's take a look at the third card, I guess. Maybe that'll make it make sense. The Queen of Swords. Having to look these up definitely will have to be edited out of any recording. I'm at the Queen of Cups. See? The Queen of Swords has seen it all, knows it all, and unfortunately has suffered more than her share of sorrow. Fiercely devoted to those she loves, she will nurture ideas and conversations with crystal clarity, using reliable facts and candid, if not harsh, honesty. Careful to protect herself, she is not known for her warmth, but if it is answers you seek, she is the one to solve them. Don't waste her time or betray her. Okay, good. Well, good. I'll continue. Don't waste your time or betray her. She will coolly cut you down with poise and a smile. Meaning is great wisdom distilled from joy and sorrow. Ooh, power and grace, self-reliance, strict discipline, short-lived happiness, a harsh truth, guarded shit. It feels like you're making a very important decision, and the choice you make could have big repercussions. And that's why you're dragging your feet. Because some cold, hard reality could be coming your way. And I think what this meant with the imagination, confidence, self-confidence, assuredness, whatever that was, I think what this meant was that you need to gain those aspects, or you need to hone those aspects in order to overcome the hurdle of whatever that was. It was, let me read that again. Promising new idea creation. Yeah. So you need to come up with a new approach, right? And self-confidence, imagination, and freedom are the things that you need to be able to hone in order to get there. But that, the Queen of Swords is a pragmatic outcome. It is again, it's a cold, hard reality. We'll read it again, just to give you the idea. Great wisdom distilled from joy and sorrow. Joy and sorrow. So it seems like a heavy decision, or like a heavy weight. There's a burden, right? Like it could make your life way worse. But there is some joy in it. And from it you will distill great wisdom. And if it's including self-reliance, it means that you might lose a relationship over this. But you will end up more disciplined. You'll live short joy. You know? I don't know. But a harsh truth. Guarded strength. You're going to have some scars after this one. All right, what do you think, Jatin? That's the last card. It's kind of creepy how the dots connect, but still this stuff is very abstract. That's the whole point. So now I can peel back the curtain, if you will, and I can tell you exactly how tarot works. It really is just like horoscopes. There's no magic. There's no actual divination. There's no spirituality. There's no nothing. It's just it's pieces of paper that we use to kind of organize our thoughts and to connect. You said it was connecting the dots. That's exactly what it does. There's this thing called brain spotting, and it's kind of like a bit of an esoteric psychology tool. And when you do it, you're supposed to hook your brain. You're supposed to have a head thing on, like one of those The Cell things. If you remember the movie The Cell with fucking Jennifer Lopez in it. But yeah, so you close your eyes essentially, and you listen to keywords or key phrases as you're holding your eyes in certain places. Like, so they would tell you like to close your eyes, and then they would tell you to look up. They would tell you to then like look halfway to your right, then like, and it would go in all sorts of different directions. Because the science says that it's all pseudoscience so far. There's no, it's barely confirmed. The science says that when your eyes are looking in certain places, it's your brain, it's different parts of your brain that are processing information. I guess they correlated this somehow. I don't know how, but I guess it's been correlated. But so the idea of brain spotting, also known as encoding, is when you purposefully link moments like memories and maybe an EEG, I don't know. It's when so coding is where you close your eyes and you associate keywords and phrases and parts that you're looking, like locations that you're looking, and it attaches feelings and memories and shit to them, and it's weird. It's weird. Electroencephalogram. Let me see if they have the thing. I'll pull it up. Yeah, Jatin, if you liked it, sub. Come on back. See me read other people. Trying to build the community, so people enjoying the content is really the first step to that. And then this counts as content, and even if you were participating in it, you were the content this time. You were the content. And if you guys, if you see anyone advertising for tarot readings and they're charging for them, do give people my YouTube handle and just tell them that I occasionally do tarot readings. I know that's like legwork and like nobody likes to do that, but activism starts on the ground. And if you guys, just as regular users, are capable of leaving one sentence on somebody's video or in somebody's live stream, then you could save people money, and save them maybe getting traumatized, because scammers, when they do this shit, it's the same thing as cold reading, like psychics who contact the dead, like mediums. Like, they will take advantage of people's most vulnerable moments, like, you know, kids who have died, or like relatives who have died who they're trying to contact or get answers from or something like that. And I don't want to see that happen. So if you're any kind of a conscientious type of person, then do the minimum. And you know, don't, I ain't your dad. Do whatever the fuck you want, but it'd be cool. It'd be real cool if we could make the world better just a little bit at a time, you know? And at least save people from getting scammed anyway. Not like it's a big change. Saving $5 here or there is nice, you know? That's an extra beer in your hand. That's an extra cold one. All right, well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you. I appreciate it. Even if you didn't agree with me, you're still welcome. And even if you were just trolling, you're still welcome. Anyone of any faith is welcome. I'm ecumenical. I'm not. I'm actually not spiritual. Have a good one, guys. I've been Goose. I'm Goose. I am Goose. I'll continue to be Goose. Okay. Bye.